Chapter 2141. Defeating all talent. The last person. 3. That's the power of origin. Yuan Mu's eyes flickered with surprise. Wang Ting seemed to wield an exceptionally powerful power of origin. Zhulong Shan also possessed the power of the origin, but judging by appearances, he was only at the mid-phase of the first rank. Wang Ting's origin seemed stronger. Was it at the late phase of the first rank or perhaps at its peak? Kill! Lu Tian and the others exchanged glances, erupting with their most powerful techniques, leaving nothing in reserve. The power of their domains was unleashed in its entirety. B0XO. Kam Muyen, Yu Yunxian, Borit, and the others acted too. They released their most powerful domains. Having witnessed Zhulong Shan's brutal defeat, they now understood that an individual wouldn't stand a chance against Wang Ting. They had no choice but to unite. Though no one explicitly mentioned allying, they instinctively chose to collaborate. Forced by circumstances, they had no choice. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky of the battle space was filled with domains. Each martial warrior of the fighter martial warriors represented a colossal sphere of light. To onlookers from the outside, Wang Ting appeared surrounded by these luminous spheres, seemingly helpless and pitiable. But a shocking scene unfolded. Wang Ting, with each punch, shattered these luminous spheres with sheer force. Boom! Within a pitch-black domain, Lu Tian raised his sword, unleashing countless dark sword lights. The God Slayer Third Stance. Unity of Man and Sword. At this moment, he executed the God Slayer Third Stance with the unity of man and sword form, and within the sword lights, there was a terrifying infusion of the origin of slaughter. In their previous confrontation, facing Lu Tian's unity of man and sword and origin of slaughter, Wang Ting had the feeling of being on the brink of death. However, this time, that sensation did not resurface. Even though Lu Tian displayed the God Slayer Third Stance and his unity of man and sword realm, and the origin of slaughter became more powerful, it still couldn't pose a threat to him. Boom! Wang Ting's fist prints relentlessly pounded, shattering the black sword lights. Subsequently, he appeared behind Lu Tian, and the lightning slap materialized, smashing down fiercely. Bang bang bang. Swoop. Boom. F***K. Lu Tian cursed uncontrollably. Then, his vision turned black and he disappeared from the battle space. At this moment, Baichuan Lu and Reynolds' attacks arrived. Both of their domains had reached the 5th rank, and they even comprehended a trace of the power of origin. However, if even Lu Tian couldn't match up to Wang Ting, how could they, who were ranked lower? Wang Ting shattered their attacks with absolute strength, eliminating both of them from the competition. Of course, in the end, they received the same treatment as Lu Tian. Wang Ting gave them a huge slap with the brick. They had never tasted the lightning slap before, so they finally understood how painful it was. As they left the stage, both of them had faces blackened with resentment, cursing Wang Ting in their hearts. This guy was too ruthless. After dealing with these two, Wang Ting glanced around and continued to charge towards the remaining talented warriors. Feng Mo was on his left, only a few hundred meters away. Wang Ting flickered and appeared within his domain. Feng Mo's pupils contracted. Wang Ting had taken the initiative to enter his domain. How confident must he be? Feng Mo's domain was a fusion of water, ice, and poison elements, reaching the 4th rank but matching the power of ordinary 5th rank domains. Wang Ting entered the domain and scanned his surroundings. He was surprised. This domain was filled with a mysterious green-hued frost. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that it wasn't the frost itself that exhibited the green color. Rather, beneath the frost, there was a greenish liquid flowing, giving the illusion of an eerie green hue. You've combined the domains of poison, water, and ice. Wang Ting's mind stirred slightly. He then looked at Feng Mo and said with a smile, "Brother Feng Mo, I've been wanting to spar with you for a long time. Today we finally have the opportunity." He was speaking the truth. Feng Mo was a triple-element martial warrior. He wanted to gain attribute bubbles from him for a long time. Feng Mo's mouth twitched. If it weren't for seeing other top talents making a move, he would never have engaged with Wang Ting. Nobody understood his terror better than him, not to mention the shamelessness. Even Wan Dong, Cobb, and the other Heaven Stage martial warriors were speechless in front of Wang Ting. He felt that he should stay away from him. But seeing all 9 other top talents on the freshman leaderboard agreeing to Wang Ting's challenge, he thought he had a chance. Now it seemed he might have fallen into a trap. Now all he could do was give his all, or his fate would be the same as those preceding top talents. Feng Mo's thoughts raced, and without wasting any words, he acted. In an instant, within his domain, countless ice spikes emerged from all directions, swiftly advancing toward Wang Ting. The green-hued frosty spikes, resembling icy spears, glittered with a cold light. A complex blend of combined domain forces seemed to be lurking within. Wang Ting's expression remained unchanged. Within the domain, he transformed into a beam of light, directly meeting the onslaught of ice spikes. Then, with a swing of his fist, he unleashed a powerful attack. Boom! The fist imprint crushed the icy onslaught as if it were withering away. How is that possible? Feng Mo's expression changed subtly. Wang Ting was able to shatter such a sharp ice attack with a single blow and remain unscathed. Mind you, the ice carried a potent poisonous force, and once contaminated, it would undoubtedly invade the body with lethal toxicity. Your poison isn't strong enough. Wang Ting's voice echoed abruptly, resonating right beside Feng Mo's ears. Chapter 2142. Defeating All Talents. The Last Person. 4. Feng Mo's pupils contracted. He hastily shifted away from the original spot. However, it was too late. Boom! His back was suddenly struck by an immense force, sending him uncontrollably hurtling forward. While still in midair, he vomited a mouth of blood. You're a poison element martial warrior. Feng Mo stopped his momentum, gazing at Wang Ting, who had revealed himself in the distance. He exclaimed in shock. B0XO. Calm, you guessed right, but unfortunately, there's no reward. Wang Ting smiled faintly, his figure flickering as he disappeared once again. Wait! Feng Mo retreated abruptly, shouting, "One admit, too late." Space fluctuations appeared and Wang Ting, without warning, reappeared behind him, smashing with the lightning slap. Bang bang bang. Swoop. Boom. Moments later, he watched as Feng Mo, covered in injuries, vanished before him. Feeling satisfied, he kept his lightning slap and clapped his hands. The 5th one. As he spoke, another domain violently charged towards him. Wang Ting's eyes squinted slightly. Without dodging or avoiding, he let the domain engulf him. Tai Beisha, we meet again. Seeing the figure floating ahead, Wang Ting smiled. Tai Beisha's pretty face changed slightly as she looked at Wang Ting. I'll use only one move. If I lose, I'll leave. Alright. Since you joined the Constellation Society, I'll agree, Wang Ting replied. Tai Beisha took a deep breath, mobilizing all her domain power and transforming into endless brilliance. White sword lights emerged in the domain, converging into a torrent of pure white sword energy, carrying an infinite sense of light. Go! Tai Beisha lightly exclaimed, pointing towards Wang Ting. The endless torrent of sword energy surged directly toward Wang Ting, its momentum majestic and terrifying. This move, not bad, Wang Ting commented. Tai Beisha gritted her teeth. This fellow was too arrogant. How infuriating! Boom! The next moment, Wang Ting threw a punch directly, slamming into the pure white torrent of sword energy. Astonishingly, he chose to resist head-on. A tremendous explosion echoed. Tai Beisha's gaze trembled as she watched the torrent of sword energy collapse, and the surrounding domain shattered. She sighed and shook her head, disappearing from the battle space. The 6th one. Wang Ting smiled faintly, turning to face the two approaching figures behind him. Yu Yunxian, Borat. Iwo domains appeared in the sky. Yu Yunxian stood within one, channeling all the domain power into his battle sword. He then executed the unity of man and sword, unleashing a sword strike. The 12 swords of Tyrant, the 4th sword. He hadn't been wasting his time. Not only did his force realm, domain, and the unity of man and sword improve, but he also comprehended the 4th sword of the 12 swords of Tyrant that he hadn't mastered before. This sword was specifically prepared for Wang Ting. Boom! A domineering sword energy emerged, carrying a fierce golden light as it slashed towards Wang Ting. Excellent! Wang Ting's expression became solemn. Facing Yu Yunxian, he showed ample respect, concentrating his entire strength into a fist. The 5-element sword domain merged into it, and streams of sword energy appeared above his fist. Simultaneously, a sense of killing intent emerged, also integrated into this punch. At this moment, Wang Ting executed the unity of man and sword, using his fist as a sword. Boom! A punch was thrown and the 5-element sword energy traversed. Killing intent sword, all converging into a single fist sword, meeting the incoming attack. What is this? Yu Yunxian's eyes finally showed a hint of astonishment. Using a fist as a sword indicated reaching a profound level in the unity of man and sword. Wang Ting's unity of man and sword was higher than him. This thought flashed by momentarily as the two attacks collided. Countless sword energy swept in all directions. Yu Yunxian's dominant sword gradually crumbled, and he sensed the power of the oncoming sword light. His eyes revealed a trace of shock and acceptance, then his figure disappeared within that sword light. The 7th one. Wang Ting turned to look at Borat, who had arrived slightly later. He smiled faintly as Borat's domain spread, enveloping him. Wang Ting, this is my tree domain. Please take a look at it. At this moment, Borat transformed into a towering tree, surrounded by numerous trees. His voice echoed like thunder. Okay. Wang Ting nodded. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. This was the first time he encountered such a domain. He was genuinely curious. Moreover, it was quite peculiar that Borat had transformed himself into a part of this domain. He wondered how he achieved it. Be careful. Without waiting for Wang Ting to ponder further, Borat's voice echoed again. Suddenly, the trees seemed to come alive, branches swaying, and countless wooden spears thrusting directly toward Wang Ting. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A rushing sound filled the air, and in an instant, the sky was blocked by the densely packed wooden spears, leaving no room for escape. As these wooden spears approached, some displayed a crimson flame on their surface, exuding scorching heat, while others were enveloped in lightning, accompanied by the roar of thunder. Enhanced by the power of the domain, this formidable assault became extremely terrifying, with astonishing destructive power. Wang Ting, as if anticipating this, showed no intention of dodging, and with a single punch, shattered every incoming attack. If one punch wasn't enough, use two. Therefore, whether it was the flaming spears or the lightning spears, none could harm Wang Ting in the slightest, not even getting close. Not enough! Wang Ting shouted. Boom! Borat wasted no words. His enormous body extended branches, sweeping towards Wang Ting. Chapter 2143. Defeating all talents. The last person. 5. With every strike, it seemed as if the force of fire and lightning was contained within, unleashing astonishing power. Boom! 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 Wang Ting hammered out punch after punch, shattering the branches into fragments, step by step closing in on Borat. Not enough. Borat, you're not strong enough. Boom. Updated on B0x0VL. Calm, Wang Ting shouted. A powerful fist aura swept out with terrifying green flames, enveloping Borat's massive body. In the next moment, that colossal figure burst open, disappearing along with the surrounding domain. Just then, another even larger domain enveloped Wang Ting, plunging everything into darkness. Muddy swamps pervaded the surroundings. The entire domain was a swamp. Wang Ting looked down and realized he was deeply immersed, slowly sinking into the viscous and murky liquid from all directions, rendering him unable to escape. What is this? He calmly looked down, his eyes revealing a strange gleam. Wang Ting, how do you like my poison marsh domain? Wu Yen floated above Wang Ting's head, smiling faintly. As the owner of this domain, Wu Yen could freely manipulate the spatial orientation of the domain. At this moment, he was above, and Wang Ting was below, hence the current top-down orientation. Not bad. Wang Ting nodded faintly. My poison marsh domain is a combination of water and poison elements, reaching the 5th rank. You can't escape from it, Wu Yen declared. You may have defeated the other 8, which is impressive, but it ends here. Is that so? Wang Ting looked at him with a half-smile. Do you still want to struggle? Wu Yen frowned and shook his head. All right, 111 take care of you first before fighting with Yuan Mu. You should feel proud that you lost to my domain. Before he finished speaking, he raised the longbow in his hand, and an arrow's radiance emerged on the bow, splitting from within the swamp and converging here. By right, you won't be able to break free from my poison marsh domain, so your body would gradually be engulfed, ultimately dying from poisoning. However, I can't wait that long, so I'll send you on your way early. Go! A light shout came from his mouth as he released the arrow's radiance, which rushed towards Wang Ting below at lightning speed, even faster than when he used archery attacks outside. In the blink of an eye, the arrow's radiance appeared in front of Wang Ting, piercing towards his heart. Wu Yan's mouth slightly curled into a smile, but that smile instantly froze on his face. Swoosh! The arrow's radiance pierced through Wang Ting's body, but it turned out to be just an afterimage. Wang Ting had disappeared. Impossible! Wu Yan exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost, his voice slightly altered. Your poison marsh domain is interesting, but don't you think using a water-based domain to trap a martial warrior with a divine flame is naive? A calm and unhurried voice sounded behind Wu Yan, sending shivers down his spine. As an archer, he dreaded being approached, and at this moment, Wang Ting's voice was very close to him. As an archer, he dreaded being approached, and at this moment, Wang Ting's voice was very close to him. Without much thought, he rushed forward, while the swamp around surged, attempting to block Wang Ting. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the defensive barrier formed by the swamp was directly blasted open by a powerful punch. Wang Ting transformed into a lingering shadow behind Wu Yan, imprinting a punch on his back. Splurt! Wu Yan spurted out a mouthful of blood, tumbling away like a sack torn open. Wang Ting, like a shadow, conjured the lightning slap in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it towards Wu Yan's head. This is where it ends for you. Proud enough now, huh? Who gave you the confidence? Bang bang bang. Swoop. Boom. Dull sounds accompanied Wang Ting's muttering. Wu Yan wanted to curse, but words couldn't escape his lips. His mind buzzed, eyes darkening. This was the first time he experienced the pain of having his head smashed. Wang Ting was inhumane. Boom. After countless strikes, leaving Wu Yan battered and bruised, Wang Ting kicked him out of the battle space with satisfaction. The 8th one. The 9th one. Wang Ting counted, looking towards Yuan Mu in the distance, a smile playing on his face. Now it's just the two of us. You've been waiting, haven't you? Indeed, I've been waiting for you to finish. Yuan Mu nodded faintly. You're powerful, defeating everyone. You can be my opponent. You're even more arrogant than Wu Yan. I wonder if you can keep up the act after we fight. Wang Ting remarked. A twitch appeared at the corner of Yuan Mu's mouth. Having witnessed what happened to Wu Yan, if that fate befell him, he might just find a hole to crawl into on the spot. Impossible. He would never lose. A cold light flashed in Yuan Mu's eyes as he coldly stared at Wang Ting. Wang Ting, you don't know how strong the real top geniuses in this universe are, but I've seen them. So, put away your shallowness. One will make you pay for your arrogance. Then let me see if you have the qualifications to make me pay, the last one. Wang Ting smiled faintly. Chapter 2144. The strongest. Who's not convinced? 1. Within the battle space, only two figures remained. Yuan Mu and Wang Ting locked eyes, an invisible tension gradually solidifying, an atmosphere of imminent conflict. Anyone could sense the intense suspense. At this moment, in the spectator space, everyone held their breath, even forgetting to breathe. This was exhilarating. Updated on B0x0VL. The excitement of this match was overwhelming. All 9 prodigies had fallen to Wang Ting. Now, only Yuan Mu, the original number 1 on the freshman leaderboard, remained. Could Wang Ting defeat him? Everyone was curious about this result. After Lu Tian, Zhulong Shan, and the others were eliminated, they entered the spectator space one after another. Many noticed them, but at this moment no one paid attention. A quick glance and all eyes were immediately back on the battle space, afraid of missing even the slightest detail. Zhulong Shan, Wu Yan, and several prodigies who had been beaten up by Wang Ting wore somewhat unpleasant expressions. Though the injuries were inflicted only within the battle space and didn't carry over to reality, the humiliation was something they had never experienced before. Of course, for Zhulong Shan, this was the second time. Puff! Within the battle space, a fierce wind swept through, lifting the dust from the ground and creating a swirling cloud. Boom! In the next moment, both Wang Ting and Yuan Mu moved, transforming into afterimages colliding in the void, erupting with a resounding roar. Their speeds were extraordinary, nearly invisible to onlookers. They continued their clash from the sky to the ground, powerful waves of primal force creating a terrifying aura that swept the surroundings. Wang Ting stood above, pressing down with a fist that left a massive mark on the ground. The ground sank and spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions. Yuan Mu, resolute, stood in the deep pit. Force erupted from his body, radiating outward from him. His silver hair danced in midair, accentuating the dazzling glow of force, making him appear godlike. Boom! He thrust out a palm, blocking Wang Ting's fist imprint, then soared into the air, meeting Wang Ting head-on. Astonishment appeared on everyone's faces. Wang Ting's power was terrifying, as demonstrated in the previous battles, and no one expected Yuan Mu to withstand it, even if he seemed to be at a certain disadvantage. Wang Ting squinted his eyes, locking onto Yuan Mu. The guy's strength was not much inferior to his own, which was quite surprising. I told you, your vision is too shallow. It doesn't matter if you accept it or not. In the eyes of some people, you are just an ant. Yuan Mu's expression remained calm, and a detached voice emanated from him. Cold light shone in his eyes as he sent a palm imprint crashing toward Wang Ting. Wang Ting chuckled. It had been a while since someone had called him an ant. Who was the first to call him that? Was it the 8 Arms Devil General? Oh well, it didn't matter. That person was already dead. Boom! 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 Dozens of thunderous roars echoed in the void as Wang Ting's fist imprint and Yuan Mu's palm imprint collided head-on. The residual waves of force continuously rolled outwards, causing the void to rupture with dark cracks appearing. These were dimensional rifts. The dust lifted from the ground was engulfed, and Wang Ting and Yuan Mu maneuvered within these dimensional rifts, an extremely perilous situation. However, their expressions remained calm as if they didn't care. Multiple flames of different colors burned in Wang Ting's body. The ocean whale flame, the star phoenix flame, the scorching beast flame, the wood polaris flame, the ash flame. These mutated beast flames fused into his body, forming scales akin to the flames of a dragon. Yet, these scales were all covered by the green flames of the emerald-glazed flame, making it impossible for outsiders to discern. Boom! Wang Ting's power surged instantly. The more flames he used for the true dragon battle physique, pseudo, the stronger he became. He unleashed punch after punch, shattering Yuan Mu's palm imprint and forcefully suppressing his opponent's assault. Yuan Mu's expression finally changed slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ting swept a foot horizontally. Terrifying power spread from his waist to his legs, then erupted, crashing into Yuan Mu's chest. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated as Yuan Mu crossed his arms in front of his chest, intercepting Wang Ting's attack. However, he still flew backward, stopping somewhat awkwardly thousands of meters away. How about that? Can the attacks of this ant catch your eye? Wang Ting didn't rush to pursue. He looked at Yuan Mu from a distance and casually remarked, "Not bad." Yuan Mu lowered his arms and folded them in his loose sleeve. They were trembling slightly, but he spoke calmly. "Oh? Let's give it another try then." Wang Ting grinned, his gaze slightly cold. Force surged into his fists, and he struck out forcefully. Boom! In the next moment, he appeared in front of Yuan Mu. His fist imprint, carrying terrifying force, shattered the void and imprinted itself on Yuan Mu's stomach. Yuan Mu, at a slanted angle, shot toward the sky. The force defense outside his body was directly shattered by Wang Ting's punch. A mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth, and his face turned slightly pale. Seizing the advantage, Wang Ting pursued. His figure flashed, parallel to Yuan Mu. He pierced through the void with his elbow and slammed it on Yuan Mu's back. Boom! Yuan Mu spat out another mouthful of blood, and a cracking sound echoed from within his body. His figure plummeted towards the ground, instantly crashing into the underground. Within the spectator space, a hush fell. This battle was too intense, igniting the audience's passion from the start. Unexpectedly, Yuan Mu could contend with Wang Ting in a pure physical clash. However, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. Chapter 2145. The strongest. Who's not convinced? 2. Was he going to lose? He was the number 1 on the freshman leaderboard. He wouldn't lose so easily, right? Many people stared intently at the situation in the battle space, unable to shift their gaze away. The area where Yuan Mu fell was entirely covered by dust, making it challenging to see anything clearly. Floating in the high sky, Wang Ting looked down, his voice echoing faintly, "Don't play dead. If this is all the strength you have, then you've disappointed me." Updated on B0x0VL. Calm, ha ha ha. A laughter emerged from the dust below, accompanied by a faint yet formidable aura gradually spreading. Wang Ting had a sudden thought. He activated his real eye and looked down. He was surprised. There seemed to be a force awakening in Yuan Mu's body. Boom! As this thought emerged, a terrifying aura erupted completely, surging towards the sky. A strange phenomenon occurred. A silver-white pillar of light shot up into the sky, and the formidable, invisible fluctuations swept out in all directions, resonating throughout the heavens and earth. Wang Ting avoided the impact of these invisible fluctuations, hovering in the distance, calmly observing the scene. The astonishment in his eyes deepened. It seems like Yuan Mu possesses some kind of innate physical talent, Wang Ting speculated in his mind. Boom! In the next moment, the silver-white pillar of light suddenly converged and gathered towards the bottom, seemingly returning to Yuan Mu's body. Only the lingering fluctuations in the sky remained, refusing to dissipate. A figure slowly floated up from below, and it was none other than Yuan Mu. Radiant light emanated from his body, and his silver-white long hair fluttered without wind. Above his head, a void manifested itself. This void resembled a true cosmic starry sky, adorned with countless stars, shining brilliantly and splendidly. What is this? Wang Ting's gaze flickered as he looked at the current Yuan Mu, genuinely becoming interested. Wang Ting, I seem to have seen this phenomenon somewhere before, Round Ball suddenly spoke up. What is this? Wang Ting asked. I don't know, I need to check, Round Ball said. Saying that is as good as not saying anything, Wang Ting sighed, not bothering with it. Anyway, when Round Ball dug out the information about this attribute, he would naturally know what kind of constitution it was. Many freshmen in the spectator area were astounded when they saw this scene. They started discussing. What's that? It seems like some kind of innate physique talent. Such a powerful feeling. Yuan Mu has never used this physique before, is this the first time? Definitely. Only Wang Ting could force him to use this physique. Both of these guys have amazing physiques. Lu Tian, Baichuan Lu, and the others squinted when they saw this scene. Yuan Mu was able to fight with Wang Ting with brute force. Didn't that mean that his ability was much higher than theirs? They gritted their teeth. They were unconvinced. Wang Ting's strength was formidable enough to pressure them to acknowledge his prowess. However, they had never fought with Yuan Mu before, so they wouldn't concede easily. Having one prodigy looming over them was already enough. They couldn't accept another one. Within the battle space, Wang Ting. From a distance, Yuan Mu's eyes were also radiating a peculiar silver-white light, resembling two stars and appearing extremely dazzling. Among our peers, you're the first warrior to make me use the divine constellation physique. You can be proud of yourself. Yuan Mu's voice sounded, carrying an extreme indifference and disdain. It was as if in this state, he were the Lord of the Stars. Divine constellation physique. Wang Ting was in deep thought. Was Yuan Mu's physique talent called the divine constellation physique? How powerful could it be? He must uncover it later. This physique might even surpass the Baichuan divine physique. It was not something to be missed. Now, how should he fleece this sheep later? Using the lightning slap? Should he just use his fists? Wang Ting couldn't help but ponder. It was indeed a difficult choice. Divine constellation physique. Baichuan Liu's expression changed slightly when he heard these words. The divine constellation physique. I see it again in this generation. Zhulong Shuang said with an ugly expression. Humph, our solar dragon physique is not bad either, Zhulong Hao snorted. Ji Feiyun, Wu Ming, Feng Qinyan, and the others were shocked too. They stared at Yuan Mu intently. Many veteran students also wore solemn expressions, their eyes tightly fixed on Yuan Mu in the battle space. It seemed like they were recalling some unforgettable memories. After Yuan Mu activated the divine constellation physique, many people started to wonder if Wang Ting could win. Back then, someone had elevated the reputation of the divine constellation physique to its peak. Now, it appeared once again, and no one dared to underestimate it. However, to everyone's surprise, Wang Ting seemed to have no fear at all. You're not bad, able to withstand a few punches from me without dying, more durable than Lu Tian and the others. Lu Tian and the others. Durable? Yuan Mu's mouth curled into a hint of a smile. He looked at Wang Ting disdainfully with a pair of pupils emanating silver-white light. You know nothing about the divine constellation physique. After the transformation, it seems you've become even more arrogant. Wang Ting shrugged. Hurry up, don't waste time. Just now, someone was beaten with no ability to fight back. I wonder who that was. Humph. A cold snort sounded. Wang Ting's words had truly angered Yuan Mu. Chapter 2146. The strongest. Who's not convinced? 3. Boom. The next moment, a terrifying surge of primal force erupted beneath Yuan Mu's feet, shattering the void. He transformed into a blurry silhouette, charging towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting had been keeping his real eye open. His eyes immediately captured Yuan Mu's figure, and he swiftly moved to the left, attempting to evade the attack. However, he was a step too late and could only throw a punch, clashing head-on with Yuan Mu. Boom! 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 their attacks turned into afterimages, continuously colliding in the air, unleashing a dreadful roar. Updated on B0x0VL. Calm in just a short moment, the two had exchanged hundreds of moves, leaving the spectators astonished by the intensity of their battle. Many initially thought that when Yuan Mu used the divine constellation physique, Wang Ting might be at a disadvantage. However, he showed no signs of losing. Bang! Their fists collided, and both Wang Ting and Yuan Mu staggered backward, separating by thousands of meters, locking eyes from a distance. Both were panting, clearly exhausted from their intense battle. Yuan Mu stared fixedly at Wang Ting, feeling a sense of disbelief. This guy had just fought against those 9 talented warriors, yet he was still able to battle him without falling behind. Was it possible? How much force did the other party have? An ordinary Cosmos stage martial warrior would have used up all his forces by now. Moreover, even with the divine constellation physique activated, Yuan Mu still couldn't deal with him. This made Yuan Mu extremely frustrated and even more astonished. Could this person rival his brother in his prime? That had always been Yuan Mu's goal. Now, he found it ironic to see this potential in another elite. Your divine constellation physique is quite interesting. Wang Ting shook his slightly sore fist and remarked. Yuan Mu's expression turned unsightly. The indifferent tone from the other party seemed like an insult to the divine constellation physique. But it's not strong enough. Can your divine constellation physique become stronger? If not, I might have to get serious, Wang Ting said calmly. What? The crowd was astonished upon hearing Wang Ting's words. At this stage, he hadn't used his full power yet. Was this a joke? Yuan Mu furrowed his brows tightly, staring intently at Wang Ting, and coldly said, Whatever means you have, just use them. Okay. This is what you said. Wang Ting smiled faintly. In an instant, a second divine flame appeared in his body, soul of thousand beasts flame. Boom! After the azure flames, another burst of fiery red flames erupted. The scorching temperature swept across the sky, distorting the very fabric of the void. The fiery red flames entwined around Wang Ting's body alongside the azure flames, each occupying one half. Illuminating the sky, he appeared like the king of fire. Fiery red flame scales emerged alongside the pre-existing green scales, intertwining peculiarly. A terrifying aura erupted from Wang Ting, leaving Yuan Mu with a look of shock and astonishment. Wang Ting had become stronger. He had actually become stronger again. How was this possible? Boom! Wang Ting vanished from his original position. Yuan Mu hadn't reacted yet, only feeling a tremendous pain in his abdomen. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and the surroundings rapidly retreated. Is this the extent of your divine constellation physique? It's nothing. A hint of a smile curved at the corner of Wang Ting's mouth. Stepping forward, he disappeared from his original position and reappeared in the direction where Yuan Mu was flying backward. A punch descended. Yuan Mu's outer garments shattered, revealing cracks on his robust physique. Bloodstains emerged on his body. Splurt! He vomited a mouth of blood and slammed onto the ground. The earth trembled and countless dust particles soared into the sky. Yuan Mu was smashed into the ground, covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. The divine constellation physique is too weak. Wang Ting looked down and said with disdain. Many people were in shock and silence fell over the scene. The divine constellation physique got beaten up so badly by Wang Ting. What did you say? What right do you have to look down on the divine constellation physique? Yuan Mu, in the depths of the earth, suddenly opened his eyes, the silver-white light in his eyes becoming exceptionally intense. Unwilling and furious, he shouted. Divine constellation physique. Boom! A series of starlights blossomed in the various acupoints of his body, resembling genuine stars hidden within him, mysterious and extraordinary. At the same time, The previous celestial phenomenon of the void stars reappeared above Yuan Mu's head. A peculiar domain power quietly spread within it. This celestial phenomenon of the void stars was Yuan Mu's domain. He suddenly rushed out from the ground, spewing blood from his mouth due to severe injuries. Nevertheless, heedless of his condition, he still went all out, unleashing a palm strike. A terrifying palm imprint formed, and the celestial phenomenon of the void stars seemed condensed within the palm imprint. Wang Ting's gaze slightly condensed. In his eyes, that palm imprint seemed to contain an immense starry sky, capable of suppressing everything. Sixth-rank domain. Yuan Mu had grasped a sixth-rank domain. Moreover, this was a mixed domain formed by the fusion of 3 different attributes, not a regular domain. Even within that domain, he felt a hint of power of origin. Clearly, as the top talent on the freshman leaderboard, Yuan Mu not only mastered a 6th-rank mixed domain but also grasped the power of laws of origin. What astonished Wang Ting, even more, was that Yuan Mu's comprehension of the laws of origin had reached at least the late stage of the 1st rank, far beyond the mid-stage of individuals like Lu Tian and others. Chapter 2147. The strongest. Who's not convinced? 4. Wang Ting turned serious. As expected, he mustn't underestimate Yuan Mu, someone who managed to climb to the top of the freshman leaderboard. He must deal with this palm carefully. Boom. Without any hesitation, Wang Ting executed the 5-element fist. The 5 elements domain merged into the fist imprint. His 5-element domains were mostly beyond the 6th rank, with the metal and earth domains reaching the 7th rank. Updated on B0X and 0VL. However, the domains in the 5 elements fist had to maintain balance, so Wang Ting only unleashed a 6th rank 5-element domain. As the 5-element domain integrated, Wang Ting also infused his power of origin into it. It was also at the late stage of the 1st rank. The power of origin for his 5 elements were all at the 2nd rank, but at this moment, using the 1st rank power of origin was sufficient. Yuan Mu only had 3 types of forces, while Wang Ting had all 5. The winner was apparent. Boom, 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 boom. A 5-colored fist imprint fiercely clashed against Yuan Mu's constellation palm seal, instantly erupting with a terrifying roar that swept the sky with formidable residual force. Everyone was left in awe. Such a powerful attack came from 2 Cosmos stage martial warriors. It was truly unimaginable. Many Heaven stage martial warriors couldn't help but feel pressured. Ji Feiyun and Wu Ming exchanged glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. 6th rank 5-element domain, and at least a 1st rank power of origin. At this level, he is no less than those predecessors from the past. It seems like the rise of another peerless genius. Terrifying talent. Ji Feiyun was still shaken. Feng Qinjian's eyes flickered, and the coldness in his gaze deepened. His heart couldn't settle down completely, even with his strength and talent. Witnessing Wang Ting's displayed talent, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Little did he know, this was just the tip of the iceberg of Wang Ting's full strength. Crack! The sound of shattering resonated. Yuan Mu's pupils constricted sharply as he watched the cracks appear on the constellation palm seal. He was filled with disbelief. In the next moment, his constellation palm seal violently collapsed, transforming into scattered starlight dissolving into the air. Boom! Wang Ting's fist imprint showed no mercy as it fiercely struck Yuan Mu's body, landing directly on him. Splat! Yuan Mu continuously spewed blood from his mouth, and countless bloodstains appeared on his body. He was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away by this terrifying fist imprint. Without giving him any respite, Wang Ting chased after him, relentlessly pummeling Yuan Mu's body with his fist. Bang! Ant? Now tell me, who's the ant? Bang! 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 I know nothing? You're wrong. It's you who knows nothing about my power. Bang! Bang! Under Wang Ting's relentless assault, Yuan Mu's body kept soaring through the air, like a torn sack, devoid of the grace of a prodigy. Boom! In the end, Yuan Mu was smashed into the ground, and he didn't climb back up. Wang Ting looked down at Yuan Mu. The starlight around him had already dimmed. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth, and his body was covered in wounds. He lacked the strength to continue the fight. You have lost, Wang Ting said calmly. Impossible. Yuan Mu's face turned deathly pale, and blood continued to pour from his mouth. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, and he hoarsely roared. How can one lose? How can the divine constellation physique lose? A mere divine constellation physique. It's nothing. Wang Ting remained calm. He glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Your pride is nothing. You think you can make me pay with your ability? What a joke. You! Yuan Mu, in his fury, stared at Wang Ting with widened eyes. Unable to contain himself, he spat out another mouthful of blood, his expression grotesque. The first place on the freshman leaderboard is destined to be mine. Wang Ting glanced at him and withdrew his gaze. This person was no longer worth his attention. He surveyed the surroundings, disdainfully overlooking everything. His gaze pierced through the spatial obstacles and landed on the top 10 prodigies such as Wu Yan, Lu Tianyi, and Yu Yunxian. I defeated everyone. I am the strongest. Who dares to object? A calm and confident voice echoed from his mouth, reverberating in this space. Gasp! In the spectator space, everyone fell into a state of shock, followed by a deafening uproar. Wang Ting won. I defeated everyone. I am the strongest. Who dares to object? What confidence! What splendor! People looked at the figure standing proudly in the void, their expressions filled with astonishment as if they saw an exceptionally dazzling brilliance emanating from him. Such a prodigy with unparalleled brilliance! The members of the Constellation Society were stunned. Then, they started cheering. They were overwhelmed with excitement. Their boss was the first on the freshman leaderboard. I defeated everyone. I am the strongest. Impressive. Amazing. That person was the president of the Constellation Society. People in the viewing space were stunned and then elated. From now on, Wang Ting would become a legend of the 7th Stellar Academy. Chapter 2148 Wings of Holy Light. Divine Constellation Physique. Special Honor. 1. The competition for the freshman leaderboard had come to a complete close. Wang Ting defeated all the geniuses in the top 10 of the freshman leaderboard and rightfully became the first. Moreover, no one could shake his position. Everyone was still immersed in the intensity of the final battle, but Wang Ting had already begun to collect attributes. This was a massive gain for him. Updated on Biomicron X0 VL. Siomicron M. The top 10 geniuses on the freshman leaderboard represented the 10 most talented martial warriors in the entire 7th Stellar Academy. The attribute bubbles they dropped were incomparable to others. Wang Ting immediately swept out his spiritual power, collecting the scattered attribute bubbles throughout the battle space. In an instant, several bursts of resonance emanated from Wang Ting's body. There weren't just one or two explosions. There were many of them. Wang Ting had a breakthrough. Constellation Metal Force, 5100/70,000 Cosmos Stage 7th Level, Constellation Wood Force, 25500/50,000 Cosmos Stage 5th Level, Constellation Water Force, 21300/60,000 Cosmos Stage 6th Level, Constellation Fire Force, 42300/60,000 Cosmos Stage 6th Level, Constellation Earth Force, 3600/60,000 Cosmos Stage 6th Level, Constellation Light Force, 1200/30,000 Cosmos Stage 3rd Level, Constellation Wind Force, 300/50,000 Cosmos Stage 5th Level, Constellation Lightning Force, 15200/40,000. Cosmos Stage 4th Level, Constellation Ice Force, 7600/40,000. Cosmos Stage 4th Level, Constellation Poison Force, 45500/90,000. Cosmos Stage 9th Level, Wang Ting experienced a nearly comprehensive improvement in the 10 types of forces. Except for the fire and poison star power that didn't break through a level, the other 8 forces all reached a higher level. This almost all-encompassing enhancement was truly intoxicating. If circumstances allowed, Wang Ting would have closed his eyes to savor the feeling. The only force that didn't experience an upgrade was the constellation Dark Force. Unfortunately, it was impossible to encounter the constellation Dark Force in the stellar academies. The only possibility was with Yu Yunxian, but it was currently sealed. The seal was incredibly powerful, and breaking it without strong external interference would be impossible. Wang Ting wasn't the type to forcefully break someone's seal just to gain some benefit. As for the previous incident, that was purely an accident. He couldn't be blamed. Yu Yunxian's first attempt failed, causing a mental imbalance. Coupled with the corrupting influence of the dark force that had the power to seduce and corrode the mind, he ended up falling into darkness. But with more attempts, he would surely get used to it. Wang Ting felt that he was a good person. Success was the mother of failure. If he failed a few more times, Yu Yunxian would become stronger than before, all thanks to him. Then, there were the spirit and enlightenment attribute. Every talent would drop these attribute. Wang Ting was too lazy to count them one by one. He glanced at the results on the attributes board. Spirit, 115200/200000, Cosmos Realm. Enlightenment, 275500/300000, Universe Realm. Not bad. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. His spiritual power rose tremendously. It had almost reached the 6th level of the Cosmos Realm. His enlightenment was about to reach the Universe Realm too. Wang Ting was filled with anticipation. Next were the talents. The talents among the top 10 on the freshman leaderboard were undoubtedly divine level, so Wang Ting's talents, apart from a few reaching the immortal level and the dark talent, had all seen considerable improvement. Next were the special attribute bubbles. First, there was Tai Beisha. As the only light element martial warrior, Wang Ting definitely favored the attribute bubbles she dropped. Holy Light Sword Scripture, Universe Stage 800/10,000, Small Achievement. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel, and the proficiency of the previously acquired Holy Light Sword Scripture had increased from the well-versed to the small accomplishment stage, directly surpassing 2 levels. Various insights flashed in Wang Ting's mind, and he gained a different understanding of this sword technique. The small achievement stage of the Holy Light Sword Scripture was enough to release half of the power of this sword skill. Although it might seem to be only half, one must remember that this was a universe stage light element battle technique. Even for some talented Cosmos stage martial warriors, mastering it to this extent was already quite impressive. Light Domain, 3600/4000, 4th rank, Origin of Light, 1780/10,000, 1st rank. Wang Ting's Light Domain and Origin of Light had improved too. However, it was limited. Tai Beisha's insights into these aspects weren't particularly strong. In addition, Tai Beisha also dropped a light element scripture named the Holy Light Universe Scripture. This was an eternal stage light element scripture. Holy Light Universe Scripture, Eternal Stage 3000/5000 Foundation, another Eternal Stage Light Scripture. Wang Ting's expression became excited, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Last time, he spent 1.25 million points to exchange for the 9-colored Illusion Light Scripture, and he felt the pinch for a long time. This time, he acquired it for free. How could he not be happy? For someone like him, who aimed to create his own scripture. Having various scriptures was undoubtedly beneficial. What surprised Wang Ting the most was that he also picked up a rather special combat technique attribute bubble from Tai Beisha. Wings of Holy Light. 2000/10,000, first rank, Wings of Holy Light. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. The corners of his lips lifted slightly. This was interesting. The wings behind Tai Beisha's back were her innate talent, and unexpectedly, he managed to gain some insights from it. He vaguely remembered hitting her on the back before. Could it be from that? As the attribute bubble merged, a rather unique light and shadow appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Chapter 2149, Wings of Holy Light. Divine Constellation Physique. Special Honor. 2. The light shadow revealed the figure of the feather race, with wings on its back, and a very special way of circulating force within the body. Eventually, the force burst out, condensing into a pair of light wings on its back. Yes, this was the condensation method of Wings of Holy Light that Wang Ting obtained. The wings of the feather race were tangible, but the wings he gained were condensed from the light force. It's only at the first rank now? Wang Ting was surprised. Being at the first rank now indicated that there was still considerable room for improvement in the future. Update on Biomicron X0 VL. Siomicron M, the Wings of Holy Light was quite extraordinary. At this moment, he couldn't help but wish he could unfold the Wings of Holy Light and see how fast he could go. Previously, when Tai Beisha displayed the wings behind her, her speed was quite impressive. Even his light bolt would require some effort to catch up with her. If Wings of Holy Light could combine the Wings of Holy Light and light bolt skills, his speed would be even faster. He had learned from Round Ball about a powerful technique called Wings of Wind and Lightning, which could also unleash terrifying speed. Although he hadn't truly witnessed that technique, a pair of imitated Wings of Wind and Lightning were crafted on his battle armor by Round Ball, significantly increasing his speed. This indicates that if it were the genuine Wings of Wind and Lightning, the speed would be absolutely terrifying. However, how the Wings of Holy Light compared to the legendary Wings of Wind and Lightning remains unknown. Having gained a special flying technique, Wang Ting was in a great mood. What a great start! Without much thought, he continued to look at the attribute bubble dropped by another talented warrior. Reynolds. The opponent was a lightning element martial warrior, which delighted Wang Ting. He was a lightning element martial warrior, which was a special attribute, as expected of one of the top 10 talents on the freshman leaderboard. He didn't disappoint him. Lightning Domain. 3050/5000 5th rank, Origin of Lightning. 4280/10,000 first rank. Reynolds' understanding of the lightning domain had reached the 5th rank, and his understanding of the origin of lightning was at the middle of the 1st rank. Hence, Wang Ting managed to gain many benefits from him. Besides these, Reynolds also dropped Scripture and Battle Technique attribute. Raging Lightning Lion Scripture. Universe Stage Peak 3500/5000 Foundation. Raging Lightning Lion Blade Skill. Universe Stage Peak 1200/8000 Well-versed. It comes in a set. Wang Ting couldn't help but mutter to himself, seeing the obvious connection between these two techniques and the battle skills. In an instant, two humanoid shadows appeared in his mind. One shadow was seated in meditation, while the other wielded a war blade, practicing a set of blade techniques. Both figures, whether in meditation or wielding a war blade, had lightning flickering above their heads, converging into a majestic lightning lion phantom. It roared towards the sky, its imposing aura making it impossible to gaze directly at. Not bad. Not bad. Wang Ting nodded inwardly, gladly accepting them. After all, these were techniques and skills at the pinnacle of the universe stage, and they were of the lightning element. He should be content. In any case, they would provide significant assistance in his future formation of scriptures. The third martial warrior was Zhulong Shan. This fellow was so pitiful. He consumed the solar dragon blood and his ability increased tremendously, but Wang Ting still defeated him. The benefits he received after consuming the solar dragon blood became Wang Ting's benefits too. Solar Dragon Physique 2300/50,000 5th rank. The changes to the Solar Dragon Physique caused changes to Wang Ting's True Dragon Battle Physique, pseudo. True Dragon Battle Physique, pseudo 500/50,000 5th rank. Previously, Wang Ting's True Dragon Battle Physique, pseudo, was close to the peak of the 4th rank. Now it had reached the 5th rank directly. Zhulong Shan's Solar Dragon Physique brought about a huge change. Wang Ting's physique was already robust, and after this enhancement, it became even more formidable. He clenched his fist, feeling as if he could now take on 3 Zhulong Shan with a single punch. The solar dragon blood painstakingly absorbed by Zhulong Shan was like a bridal gown for him. The curve of Wang Ting's mouth widened, and his mood got better and better. Oh my God, he almost burst out laughing. No. With so many people watching, he had to hold it in, discreetly enjoying the benefits and pretending not to notice Solar Dragon Eye. 6026/10,000 Real Stage, Solar Dragon Flame. 3000/50,000 5th rank. The Solar Dragon Eye and Solar Dragon Flame attributes rose. The Solar Dragon Flame even reached the 5th rank. No wonder Wang Ting had sensed a considerable increase in the temperature of Zhulong Shan's Solar Dragon Flame before. It turned out his skill had upgraded. This Solar Dragon Flame was indeed different from ordinary beast flames. However, that was just it. It couldn't compare to Wang Ting's divine flames. The Solar Dragon Eye was still at the real stage, but it had improved greatly. Zhulong Shan refrained from using the Solar Dragon Eye this time, probably learning from the previous loss and deeming it ineffective against Wang Ting. Also, his domain and power of origin didn't offer much assistance to Wang Ting. After all, being a fire element warrior, no matter how fast Zhulong Shan improved, he couldn't surpass Wang Ting. Wang Ting's fire force enlightenment wasn't low. Unfortunately, he couldn't extract any other battle techniques or scripture attributes from Zhulong Shan, which puzzled Wang Ting. It seemed like he had never obtained corresponding techniques and scriptures from this person before. Wang Ting's gaze became somewhat uncertain. He hadn't noticed anything unusual before, but this time, after obtaining battle techniques and scripture attributes from other geniuses, he sensed a subtle difference. Chapter 2150 Wings of Holy Light. Divine Constellation Physique. Special Honor. 3. I've beaten him up so badly. Is it not brutal enough? Wang Ting wondered to himself. He didn't dwell on it and turned his attention to the 4th martial warrior Feng Mo. This was the first time Wang Ting had plucked the attribute bubble of this individual. As a warrior proficient in poison, water, and ice elements, Wang Ting had high expectations for him. Poison Water Nether Ice Domain, 1300/3000 3rd rank, updated on Biomicron X0 VL. Siomicron M Origin of Poison, 100/10,000 1st rank, huh? It's the origin of poison. Wang Ting was a little surprised. He didn't expect Feng Mo to possess the power of origin. The previous battle ended too quickly for him to notice. However, Feng Mo's origin of poison was evidently weak, only providing him with 100 attribute points. This explained why he couldn't sense it. There was no ice or water power of origin, indicating that Feng Mo had not mastered them. Poison Water Nether Ice Domain. Wang Ting looked at the special attribute value and muttered to himself with a strange expression. He had to come up with such a name for a domain that combines 3 types of forces. This domain was somewhat interesting. Wang Ting closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, gaining a slight understanding. This domain provided some inspiration for his netherworld domain. he intended to incorporate some of its changes into his netherworld domain. The poison water nether ice domain alone was already quite formidable. However, Feng Mo clearly hadn't mastered it completely, or its power would have been even greater. If the water domain was to infuse the ice and water power of origin into it, the power of this domain would increase by several levels. Even if Feng Mo's poison water nether ice domain was only at the 3rd rank, it would be enough to crush Feng Mo's 4th rank version. Besides domain and the power of origin, Feng Mo also gave Wang Ting a scripture attribute bubble. Poison water nether ice scripture, universe stage 800/5000 well-versed. Poison water nether ice scripture. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment, then suddenly enlightened. No wonder Feng Mo's domain was named like that. That guy was quite lazy, almost on par with him. However, this scripture was not bad. A universe stage 3-element scripture was worth many points in the treasure pavilion of the Stellar Academy. The 5th martial warrior was Borat. Borat was a triple-element martial warrior too, specializing in lightning, fire, and wood elements. Especially with the wood spirit physique, with such a combination of talents, he could certainly rank among the top 10 in the freshman leaderboard. Wood spirit physique. 1000/10,000 first rank. This time, he picked up the attribute bubble for the wood spirit physique again, allowing his wood spirit physique to grow, and at the same time, the spiritual wood divine physique also improved significantly. Enhancing the spiritual wood divine physique was what Wang Ting was most concerned about. After all, this physique could absorb plant life to preserve his life. Next was Borat's domain, Tree Domain. Tree Domain, 2000/3000 3rd rank. This was a wood element domain, but its form was special. Wang Ting was curious. At this moment, the relevant insights merged into his mind, gradually providing him with a sense of enlightenment. It all boiled down to Borat's talent. When he employed this tree domain, he could transform into a towering tree, possessing formidable power. Now that Wang Ting has mastered this domain and possessed the wood spirit physique, he could manifest a towering tree similar to Borat, serving as an attacking method within the domain. What's more, with his more advanced spiritual wood divine physique, his control of wood force might even surpass Borat. Simultaneously, this tree domain incorporated changes from fire and lightning elements, making it a mixed domain. However, the wood element remains dominant, with the changes from fire and lightning serving as auxiliary. Borat also had a lightning domain, but he didn't use it. Knowing Wang Ting's strength, he immediately utilized the powerful tree domain from the outset. As for Borat's power of origin, it was only at the 1st rank, offering no assistance to Wang Ting and unable to aid in his advancement. In addition to this, Borat also dropped a bubble containing a scripture attribute. 1000 Wood Lightning Fire Scripture, Universe Stage 800/5000 well-versed. Hey, it's another mixed element scripture. Wang Ting was somewhat surprised. These talented warriors were all quite well off. On one side, someone possesses a mixed technique with poison, water, and ice attributes, and on the other side, another possesses a mixed technique with wood, lightning, and fire attribute. Unfortunately, Wang Ting was the one who benefited. Wood Flame Spear, Universe Stage Peak 1500/8000 small achievement, Lightning Wood Spear, Universe Stage Peak 1200/8000 small achievement. Finally, there were the 2 battle techniques that Borat mastered. This time, several attribute bubbles dropped, allowing Wang Ting to reach a level of small achievement in both techniques. The power of Universe Stage Peak battle techniques at the small achievement stage was quite remarkable. The 6th talented martial warrior, Beichuan Lu. Beichuan Divine Physique. 4000/10,000 first rank. The first attribute bubble was the Beichuan Divine Physique, directly increasing 3,000 attribute points and significantly improving Wang Ting's mastery of it. Of course, it couldn't be compared to Beichuan Liu's Beichuan Divine Physique. It looked like he could only find opportunities to get more attribute bubbles in the future. 9 Essence Baichuan Blade Skill, Eternal Stage 300/8000 Well-versed. In addition, Baichuan Lu also dropped many attribute bubbles for the 9 Essence Baichuan Blade Skill. After Wang Ting picked them up, his proficiency in this sword technique went from the foundation to the well-versed stage. Wang Ting really liked this sword technique. It was a combination attack skill of the Baichuan race, rare and hard to come by. Naturally, he hoped to quickly enhance his proficiency in this sword technique. Chapter 2151 Wings of Holy Light. Divine Constellation Physique. Special Honor. 4. Baichuan Convergence Divine Scripture, Eternal Stage 1800/10,000 Foundation. The Baichuan Convergence Divine Scripture. This is an eternal stage scripture. Wang Ting's eyes lit up when he saw the other attribute bubbles. He was pleasantly surprised. Never did he expect to extract such a profound scripture from Baichuan Lu this time. Moreover, judging by the name alone, it was evident that this technique was exclusive to the Baichuan family. Segments of insights floated through Wang Ting's mind, and a light shadow appeared, demonstrating the cultivation method of this technique. Force flowed through his meridians like a myriad of rivers, flowing and converging ultimately into a vast ocean. Upted on Biomicron X0 VL. Siomicron M. This ocean was the inner cosmos of a martial warrior. Wang Ting's eyes shimmered with a peculiar blue light, and he gained a profound understanding. The convergence of 100 rivers. It meant transforming the force into myriad fine branches, like rivers of varying sizes, all converging into one place. In doing so, the speed of cultivation would be greatly enhanced. At this moment, Wang Ting had mastered the cultivation method of the Baichuan Convergence Divine Scripture. However, he was surprised by its difficulty. Just the foundation stage of this scripture required 10,000 points. It was much more difficult than other eternal stage scriptures. Nevertheless, once mastered, it promised a significant acceleration in the cultivation speed of water force, at least several times faster than ordinary scriptures. This was the benefit of the Baichuan Convergence Divine Scripture. Being deemed a divine scripture, among the Baichuan family, this was undoubtedly a top-tier scripture. Baichuan Liu's entire being had been thoroughly exploited by Wang Ting of physique, scripture, battle techniques, not a single aspect spared. Unfortunately, his domain and the power of his origin didn't provide substantial assistance to Wang Ting. Otherwise, Wang Ting would have taken advantage of him. The 7th Martial Warrior. Lu Tian. Wang Ting paid particular attention to Lu Tian. He was the sole prodigious warrior who mastered the bloodlust conscious. Currently, Wang Ting could only extract the bloodlust conscious from him. Bloodlust Sword Domain. 1200/5000 5th rank, Origin of Slaughter. 1350/10,000 1st rank. In the past 6 months, Lu Tian had undergone tremendous improvement, reaching the 5th rank in his Bloodlust Sword Domain. His Origin of Slaughter had also seen progress. Thus, Wang Ting reaped the benefits. Not only did his Bloodlust Sword Domain elevate from the 4th to the 5th rank, but the Origin of Slaughter also experienced a significant boost. This 5th rank Bloodlust Sword Domain was on par with his 5-element Sword Domain. The Bloodlust Sword Domain surpassed other domains by far, a fact that Wang Ting understood better than anyone. Hence, he took advantage of Lu Tian to reap the benefit. However, the same domain, in different hands, could exhibit different power levels. Wang Ting surpassed Lu Tian in all aspects, and now, his comprehension of the Bloodlust Sword Domain had reached the same rank as Lu Tian. If unleashed, it would undoubtedly be more powerful. Godslayer First Stance. 5000/10,000 Foundation. Godslayer Second Stance. 4500/10,000 Foundation. Godslayer Third Stance. 2800/10,000 Foundation. Wang Ting was elated when he saw the battle techniques attributes. In the previous sparring between Lu Tian and Yu Yunxian, only the God Slayer first stance was revealed, and the subsequent two forms were not disclosed. Now they were finally complete. Although they were all at the foundation stage, he was extremely lucky to be able to get them. After all, these were divine-level battle techniques. However, what left Wang Ting somewhat regretful was that there was no unity of man and sword attributes. It looks like my unity of man and sword has surpassed him. Wang Ting was in deep thought. The eighth martial warrior, Yu Yunxian. There were even fewer attributes from Yu Yunxian. Besides battle techniques, other attributes were basically of no help to Wang Ting. In this aspect, it seemed like Wang Ting had left him far behind. The 12 Swords of Tyrant, First Sword 16500/50,000 Specialized, the 12 Swords of Tyrant, Second Sword 12500/50,000 Specialized, the 12 Swords of Tyrant, Third Sword 10500/30,000 Well-Versed, the 12 Swords of Tyrant, Fourth Sword 5200/10,000 Foundation. The proficiency of the first three swords had once again increased significantly, with the third sword advancing from the foundation to the well-versed stage. The greatest surprise was the fourth sword. This should be a sword skill that Yu Yunxian just learned not long ago. Wang Ting benefited from it too. Yu Yunxian didn't drop any unity of man and sword attributes either. Wang Ting felt a little disappointed. It seemed that he had harvested all the bloodlust and tyrant attributes. Wang Ting wondered how long he would have to wait for them to grow up. The ninth martial warrior was Wu Yan. Ranked second on the freshman leaderboard, Wu Yan brought many surprises to Wang Ting. He was a rare archery martial warrior, and his proficiency in archery was exceptionally high. In battle, even Wang Ting found himself somewhat troubled by Wu Yan. Poison Marsh Domain, 2300/3000 Third Rank, Origin of Poison, 600/10,000 First Rank. Wang Ting felt that Wu Yan's Poison Marsh Domain was quite powerful. If it were any other warrior trapped within his Poison Marsh Domain instead of Wang Ting, escaping would likely be impossible. As the insights related to the Poison Marsh Domain merged into Wang Ting's mind, he continuously gained enlightenment. So that's how it is. By combining the Poison Domain with the Water Domain, transforming it into a viscous state infused with deadly poison, not only can it immobilize the martial warriors, rendering them unable to move, but it can also continuously seep poison into their bodies, ultimately robbing them of their combat power and even their life. Wang Ting's eyes sparkled with understanding, having grasped the essence of the Poison Marsh Domain. Chapter 2152, Wings of Holy Light, Divine Constellation Physique, Special Honor. 5. In his view, this was another type of domain variation that could be integrated into the Netherworld domain. Similar to Feng Mo's Poison Water Nether Ice domain, one incorporated changes in the water attribute by merging ice and poison, while the other fused the poison attribute. In terms of complexity, it was hard to say which was higher or lower. Both variations were extraordinarily profound, not something an ordinary warrior could comprehend. Feng Mo and Wu Yan possessed exceptional talent. Divine Shaman Breaking Sun Arrow Technique, Eternal Stage 3200/5000 Foundation, Eternal Stage Arrow Skill. Wang Ting was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Wu Yan's arrow skill to be at the Eternal Stage. These damn geniuses had solid foundations. Wang Ting couldn't help but marvel once again. Wu Yan's background must not be simple. Otherwise, where would he get an Eternal Stage combat skill? With the current income level of new students, it was simply impossible to exchange for an Eternal Stage battle technique. Not every new student could be like Wang Ting, accumulating millions of points in a short period. Even if they managed to accumulate 1,000,000 points, their priority wouldn't be to exchange for battle techniques but rather for scriptures. That was the top priority. Updated on Biomicron X0 VL. Siomicron M. Thus, this divine shaman breaking sun arrow technique must be Wu Yan's exclusive possession, just like the Baichuan family's 9 essence Baichuan blade skill. Fortunately, everything now belonged to him. Wang Ting had also practiced quite a few archery-type battle techniques. Even in his storage space, there were numerous bow and arrow weapons. It would be a waste to leave them unused. He needed a suitable and powerful battle technique to match them. Who knows? It might come in handy one day. Poison Marsh Scripture, Eternal Stage 2500/8000 well-versed. In addition to this, Wang Ting gained another reward from Wu Yan, a scripture. This was a combined water and poison scripture. Moreover, this scripture had also reached the eternal stage, representing an extremely profound method of cultivation. Various insights flashed through Wang Ting's mind. As the attribute bubble integrated, he instantly elevated the poison marsh scripture from the foundation to the well-versed stage. Then he took a deep breath, looking at the attribute bubbles dropped by the final warrior. Yuan Mu, the original first place on the freshman leaderboard. Wang Ting was particularly envious of his divine constellation physique. Hopefully, he could obtain it. The attribute bubble instantly merged into Wang Ting's body. It appeared. It truly appeared. Divine constellation physique. 5600/10,000, first rank. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He immediately closed his eyes, sensing the changes in his own body. It seemed like his body was undergoing a certain transformation. There was a highly peculiar force circulating within him, altering his muscles, bones, and more. There was even a transformation at the deepest level, something not visible to the naked eye but a mysterious change. In an instant, Wang Ting introspected his own body, as if seeing his body transform into a void, the acupoints on his body turning into brilliant stars, containing unparalleled power. A sensation of indescribable strength swept through his entire body. However, this sensation quickly vanished, and those acupoints gradually converged their breath, as if the stars dimmed, leaving only a few twinkling. Wang Ting opened his eyes, exhaling slowly. Though he closed his eyes, in reality, only a moment had passed, and outsiders wouldn't perceive anything. By now, he had comprehended what the divine constellation physique truly was. This physique was indeed formidable, ranking among the top 5 among the various physiques he currently possessed. Even the Baichuan family's Baichuan divine physique couldn't compare to it. Having this physique was like harboring the myriad stars in every acupoint, possessing an indescribable power. If unleashed, it would generate a terrifying force, just like what Yuan Mu had displayed before. With this physique, the strength of his physical body became even more potent. Why do one feel like I'm walking further and further along the inhuman path? The next moment, he couldn't help but stroke his chin, thinking so. If he were to battle Yuan Mu now, he wouldn't need to resort to the second kind of divine flame to enhance the true dragon battle physique. Relying solely on the power of several physiques, he could completely overwhelm the opponent. Tisk! Wang Ting smacked his lips. He didn't know how to describe his emotions. It was quite sudden. He suddenly became so powerful. Next, Wang Ting looked at the other attribute bubble. Constellation Palm, Eternal Stage 4000/5000 Foundation. It was another Eternal Stage battle technique. Wang Ting was practically drowning in battle techniques today. As the attribute bubble merged into his mind, Wang Ting immediately felt a slight familiarity with this combat skill. With 4,000 attribute points, he reached the foundation level. Although it might not be exceptionally strong, at least he could use it. This palm skill can fight with my 5-element fist. Not bad, Wang Ting muttered to himself. Constellation Domain, 1000/4000, 4th rank. Yuan Mu's domain was extremely unique, known as the constellation domain. It was a mixed domain, with Yuan Mu's attributes being earth, wood, and metal. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, lacking any distinctive features, and not even possessing any special forces. However, with the help of his divine constellation physique, even ordinary forces could unleash extraordinary power. The constellation domain was a domain derived from the divine constellation physique. Yuan Mu had mastered this domain to the 5th rank, while the attribute bubble Wang Ting obtained only brought him to the 4th rank. Nevertheless, it was enough for him to gain a profound understanding of this domain. The constellation domain was an exceptionally inclusive domain. If one possessed 3 types of forces, it could encompass the power of 3 domains. If one had 5 forces, naturally, it could embrace the power of 5 domains. As long as one could comprehend it. Yuan Mu only had 3 forces, so he could only comprehend the domains of these 3 forces. But Wang Ting was different. He had many domains, and one could even say they were quite comprehensive. Thus, to put it bluntly, the constellation domain was tailor-made for him. Wang Ting took a deep breath to gradually calm the overwhelming joy in his heart. He hadn't expected Yuan Mu's constellation domain to fit him so perfectly. This feels amazing. This is incredible. Wang Ting tightly clenched his fist, overwhelmed with excitement. His eyes gleamed with intense radiance, and if the situation allowed, he might genuinely burst into laughter. With the comprehension of the constellation domain, Wang Ting could now integrate all his domains into it, making it the most powerful domain. Even the flaming magnetic meteor domain and the netherworld domain he currently possessed pale in comparison. After a moment, Wang Ting's emotions gradually settled. Most of Yuan Mu's attribute bubbles were here, and since his power of origin was not as high as Wang Ting's, they weren't particularly useful. Wang Ting scanned the surroundings. All the attribute bubbles had been collected. Without hesitation, he exited the combat space. As Wang Ting's figure disappeared, those who were watching the battle, both new and old students, vanished from the observation space. Outside, a huge wave had already been stirred. There were changes in the freshman leaderboard. Wang Ting claimed the top spot. At this very moment, he became the true number 1 of the freshman leaderboard, an unshakable position. Yuan Mu, Wu Yan, Lu Tian, and the others stood some distance away and looked at the dazzling name at the top of the freshman leaderboard. Their expressions were complicated. With the setting sun slowly descending over the 7th Stellar Academy continent, this scene was frozen, becoming the final result. Boom! In the somewhat dim world, a golden pillar of light shot straight up, connecting heaven and earth. Announcement: Freshman Wang Ting has become the first on the freshman leaderboard, unparalleled in combat strength, breaking the highest combat strength record left by all previous freshman leaderboard rankings. At the same time, a voice resonated in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned. This time, the news wasn't sent through the wristbands but spread directly through this voice, echoing through every corner of the 7th Stellar Academy continent. Such an honor was unprecedented. Many old students knew that such a situation had never occurred before. Even the most dazzling geniuses in the past had never received such treatment, having the Academy personally announce it to everyone. This was the 7th Stellar Academy's recognition of Wang Ting. Boom! In an instant, everyone erupted with excitement. They snapped back to reality, finally understanding what had happened, almost unable to believe their ears. Congratulations to student Wang Ting. The Academy hereby rewards you with 1,000,000 points. Following this, the voice resounded again, slowly echoing away. Chapter 2153. All of you want to join the Constellation Society? 1,000,000 points. In the sky, while the voice continued to reverberate, the crowd was already plunged into astonishment. Breaking records on the freshman leaderboard had happened before, but it was the first time such a large reward of 1,000,000 points had been given. Even many old students, not just the new ones, couldn't help but feel jealous. 1,000,000 points. An eternal stage scripture costs only 1.25 million points, and now they are rewarding 1,000,000 points just like that. From a distance, Yuan Mu and the others had not left yet. Their expressions had changed as if they had just tasted something unpleasant. Wang Ting not only overshadowed them in fame but also managed to earn points at their expense. Damn it! This was too much. How could the Academy spoil him like this? All 10 genius martial warriors were feeling extremely frustrated. It seemed they had inadvertently helped Wang Ting. If they hadn't accepted Wang Ting's challenge, would he be able to earn these 1,000,000 points? Updated on Biomicron X0VL. Xiomicron M. On the other side, Feng Qingyan wore a dark expression, exuding an aura that warned others not to approach. Even the high-ranking members of the Qingyan Club dared not get close to him. Feng Qingyan was facing the situation he least wanted to see. In the end, Wang Ting had defeated all the top 10 geniuses, successfully claiming the first position. Wang Ting's talent left Feng Qingyan with an unsettling feeling. To single-handedly challenge and defeat all 10 top geniuses was an achievement that disrupted his peace of mind. Such a situation had never occurred before. Even the past prodigies who overshadowed their contemporaries had never simultaneously defeated the top 10 geniuses on the freshman leaderboard. So, Feng Qingyan's mood was already quite bad. Now, hearing about the Academy's reward for Wang Ting made his face darker than the bottom of a pot. 1,000,000 points. He didn't even have 1,000,000 points in savings. How could Wang Ting catch up to him so quickly? As the president of the Qingyan Society, how could he accept this? Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't earn 1,000,000 points, but during his cultivation process, he had spent far too many points. It was challenging for him to save up 1,000,000 points. Nevertheless, no matter how you looked at it, 1,000,000 points was not a small amount. Even he felt a bit envious. With a bad mood and a mixture of envy and jealousy, his emotions were truly complicated. The freshman leaderboard has ended. Tomorrow will be the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony. All freshmen, please gather in the Grand Universe Hall tomorrow. The grand voice echoed through the entire Stellar Academy once again, causing everyone to be momentarily stunned. That's right. The freshman leaderboard had ended, and the next event was the crucial Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony. Soon after, the voice gradually faded away, and the freshman leaderboard disappeared within the golden column of light in front of everyone. Everyone knew that the battle for the freshman leaderboard had come to a complete end. Many faces showed regret. They hadn't achieved the expected ranking. However, some were exceptionally happy, indicating their rankings were relatively high. Only the members of the Constellation Society were beaming with joy. Every face bore a smile, and some were even visibly excited. There were smiles on their faces. Some were even excited. At this moment, Wang Ting's figure appeared among the crowd. Many people looked at him with complex expressions. When they hadn't seen him earlier, their hearts were already in turmoil. Now that they saw him in person, those emotions intensified. Wang Ting paid no attention to the gazes of the crowd. His expression remained calm, as if he had just done something very ordinary. He then walked towards the members of the Constellation Society. President! President! The members of the Constellation Society looked at Wang Ting with reverence, calling out one after another. Everyone, did your rankings on the freshman leaderboard fall behind? Wang Ting nodded and asked. Don't worry, President. We didn't disappoint you, they immediately reassured. That's good. The Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony is tomorrow, so there's no need to cultivate tonight. Go back and relax. After the ceremony, we'll celebrate together, Wang Ting said. The members of the Constellation Society cheered. They were extremely happy. The previously suppressed despondency was finally swept away. Congratulations, junior brother Wang Ting. First on the freshman leaderboard, well deserved. From afar, Wu Ming and Ji Feiyan walked hand in hand, approached Wang Ting, and greeted him with a fist, smiling and congratulating him. No need for congratulations. The most important part is tomorrow's grand disciple acceptance ceremony, Wang Ting said with a calm expression, shaking his head. Once the ceremony is over, we can celebrate together. Wang Ting, if you, the first on the freshman leaderboard, can't find a good mentor during the grand disciple acceptance ceremony, others might have even fewer chances. You're too modest, Wu Ming said. Being excessively modest is just hypocrisy. Wu Yan, standing behind Wu Ming, couldn't help but speak up. You little kid, learn from junior brother Wang Ting. Even after securing first place on the freshman leaderboard, he remains humble. Unlike you, who's just second. You were feeling pleased with yourself, thinking you're extraordinary, looking down on this person and that person. Look, you dropped to third place. Wu Ming scolded, delivering a playful smack to Wu Yan's head. Big brother, there are so many people watching. Wu Yan scratched his head, looking quite embarrassed. You too, what's this about? Wang Ting chuckled, unable to contain his curiosity. Wu Yan just called Wu Ming big brother. Are they brothers? But their ages seem quite different. Could it be that Wu Ming's parents had a child in their later years? The more Wang Ting thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The two eternal stage martial warriors who wanted to make the yin-yang dragon essence pill were seeking a child at an old age too. Being a martial warrior is great. They stay vigorous at any age. A healthy body is good. Wu Yan felt that Wang Ting's gaze had become somewhat peculiar and couldn't help but feel doubtful about what he was thinking. Chapter 2154. All of you want to join the Constellation Society? 2. Wu Yan is my younger brother. Please excuse him. Wu Ming smiled and explained. I see. Wang Ting pretended to suddenly understand, then turned to Wu Yan with a slightly apologetic tone. I didn't know about your relationship. One might have been a little harsh earlier. My apologies, sincerely. It would have been better if he didn't mention this. The moment he did, Wu Yan's face turned black. Just a little harsh? He was extremely harsh. He could still feel the pain on his face and head. The only fortunate thing was that the combat space of the freshman leaderboard was just a projection, not his real body. Otherwise, he'd be standing here with a face full of bruises. No, if that were the case, he definitely wouldn't be standing here. He would have run back to a quiet corner to curse Wang Ting. The corners of Wu Ming's lips trembled slightly. He remembered how Wu Yan got beaten up in the freshman leaderboard space, and felt his heart aching for him. Cough. However, he cleared his throat and said, No big deal, it's just a minor injury. In the future, give him some lessons to prevent him from getting too arrogant. Wu Yan. This was his biological brother. Well, since you put it that way, I'll take responsibility for it, Wang Ting said with a smile. Update on Biomicron X0VL. Siomicron M. Wu Yan? Damn, why did he agree so quickly? Was he addicted to beating people up? He felt that he had to keep a safe distance from Wang Ting. This guy was too dangerous. No, he needed to cultivate harder and catch up with this guy as soon as possible. Although Wang Ting's talent was indeed abnormal, defeating even Yuan Mu, he also had his talent. He believed that he wouldn't lose forever and would catch up sooner or later. By then, he would definitely have to get back at Wang Ting for today's humiliation. By the way, I would like Wu Yan to join the Constellation Society. What do you think? Wu Ming suddenly said. What? Wu Yan widened his eyes. Join the Constellation Society? What kind of joke is this? He was just thinking of keeping a distance from Wang Ting, and now his big brother wanted him to join the Constellation Society. He must be crazy. Wang Ting was also taken aback. What was Senior Wu Ming thinking when he asked Wu Yan to join the Constellation Society? His Witch Tower alliance was much stronger than the Constellation Society. As his younger brother, wouldn't joining the Witch Tower alliance be the best choice? Was he trying to plant a spy by his side? This senior Wu Ming, who appeared thick-browed and big-eyed, turned out to be a schemer. Ji Feiyun was slightly surprised. Wu Ming allowed Wu Yan to join the Constellation Society. It looked like he had high hopes for Wang Ting. He glanced at Wu Yan afterward, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Wu Yan seemed to have a psychological trauma towards Wang Ting. Senior Wu Ming, are you joking with me? Wang Ting's thoughts raced, and he questioned. I'm serious, and one hope you'll seriously consider it. Rest assured, if Wu Yan joins the Constellation Society, he'll have no connection with our Witch Tower alliance. I won't let him step into the Witch Tower alliance again. Wu Ming declared. Big brother, I won't go. Want to join the Witch Tower alliance. Wu Yan immediately stated his stance. You don't have a say in this. Another slap landed on Wu Yan's forehead. Wu Yan felt wrong to the point of wanting to spit blood. Why was he being slapped again? Where was his human rights? Observing Wu Ming's facial expression, Wang Ting thought that perhaps he was genuinely considering having Wu Yan join the Constellation Society. But what did he want? This left him deeply suspicious. He can join the Constellation Society. However, we should follow the normal procedures. Is that all right? Wang Ting asked. No problem. If he causes trouble, you can discipline him on my behalf. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Wu Ming chuckled. Good. With your assurance, one feel relieved. Wang Ting nodded and turned to Yu Qiqiao, saying, help him register later. Yu Qiqiao glanced at the disgruntled Wu Yan with surprise and nodded. The president of the Witch Tower Alliance was really generous. After all, Wu Yan was a talent who ranked third on the freshman leaderboard. Was he giving him away to the Constellation Society like this? If it were someone else, they would likely keep such a talent within their own faction. Wu Yan wanted to say something but was directly suppressed by Wu Ming. Despite being a talent, he still wasn't enough in the eyes of Wu Ming. All right, you don't need to come back with me. Just go with Junior Wang Ting. Wu Ming pushed Wu Yan in front of Wang Ting and spoke. Wu Yan, please. Wang Ting grinned. Wu Yan looked at Wang Ting's smiling face and, for some reason, felt a sudden chill in his heart. In the end, he didn't say much, walking obediently to stand behind Wang Ting. Wu Ming was determined to place him in the Constellation Society, and it seemed like he couldn't refuse. From the looks of it, he would have to follow Wang Ting from now on. It was better not to provoke this guy. Once he grew stronger, he could consider other options. A real man knows when to yield and when to assert himself. Wu Yan decided to keep a low profile now. Ji Feiyun and Wu Ming exchanged some greetings with Wang Ting before leaving. Watching Wu Ming's departing figure, Wu Yan felt a sense of desolation in his heart. His big brother didn't even turn around to look at him. Wu Yan, rest assured, we're family now. I won't bully you in the future. Wang Ting patted Wu Yan on the shoulder and said with a smile. Humph, I'm ranked third on the freshman leaderboard. I won't let you bully me. Wu Yan snorted. Is that so? Wang Ting's voice was light and he calmly asked. Wu Yan felt like the atmosphere around Wang Ting suddenly became dangerous, reminiscent of the feeling during their battle. He couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy and coughed, saying, well, after our battle, I gained many insights. After finding a master, I planned to seclude myself for a while. Don't bother me. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions. Was this guy trying to avoid something? He must be. It's so obvious. Then, after you come out of seclusion, we can spar again. Wang Ting said casually. Wu Yan felt speechless, suddenly feeling that life was becoming bleak. While they were talking, a few figures approached. It was Lu Tian, Reynolds, and Baichuan Lu. Wang Ting. Yu Qiqiao reminded Wang Ting as she saw them approaching. Wang Ting turned his head, looked at them, and couldn't help but feel surprised. What were these guys here for? Could it be they couldn't accept their defeat? Wang Ting. Reynolds spoke first. Is the Constellation Society still recruiting? Wang Ting and the others were momentarily stunned. What was going on? Were these talented warriors here to join the Constellation Society? Yu Qiqiao and Wade's gazes turned strange. They glanced at Reynolds and Wang Ting. Had they been convinced by Wang Ting? You want to join the Constellation Society? Wang Ting asked. That's right. We don't have any other factions to go to, so we decided to join the Constellation Society? Baichuan Lu nodded and said, with your talents, getting into other major factions should be easy, right? Wang Ting asked. Joining old factions is boring, Reynolds chuckled. If we're going to join, let's join the new student faction. The potential of the Constellation Society is unquestionable, and your strength has earned our admiration. So, we plan to join the Constellation Society. Brother Lu Tian, are you coming too? Wang Ting nodded and looked at the silent Lu Tian. He hadn't forgotten that this guy had quite a background. Holy Temple of Slaughter. It was definitely a major force that was not easy to deal with. Did Lu Tian, who came from the Holy Temple of Slaughter, also want to join his small Constellation Society? Wasn't there a conflict of interest? Lu Tian nodded silently. Is your identity not a problem? Wang Ting asked uncertainly. No issue, Lu Tian said calmly. Alright, since you guys are so sincere, if one don't agree, it would seem I'm petty, Wang Ting said. Wu Yen on the side was a bit confused. He was forced to join, but these talented warriors actively wanted to join the Constellation Society. Did they have something wrong with their heads? The surrounding warriors who hadn't dispersed yet were also bewildered. The top 10 geniuses from the freshman leaderboard were all joining the Constellation Society. This was crazy. The top 10 on the freshman leaderboard represented the most outstanding talents of this generation. Many major factions were preparing to pull them over, but before they could make a move, they had already failed. What could they say? Chapter 2155. Grand Universe Hall. This night was destined to be anything but calm. Wang Ting secured the first position on the freshman leaderboard. The academy rewarded him with 1 million points. Besides Yuan Mu, Zhulong Shan, and Feng Mo, all the top 10 talents from the freshman leaderboard were swept up by the Constellation Society. These pieces of news spread rapidly throughout the entire 7th Stellar Academy, creating a tremendous stir. The night passed quietly. The next day, as the stars rose over the sky of the 7th Stellar Academy continent, everyone flocked towards the Grand Universe Hall. Even some senior students hurried in the direction of the Grand Universe Hall. Today was the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony. For the 7 Stellar Academies, the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony was a top-tier event. Even some powerful figures who were rarely seen in the academies would appear to see if any students met their requirements and could be taken as disciples. It was an event not to be missed. The Grand Universe Hall was situated in the middle of the 7th Stellar Academy. It was the most crucial area of the academy. Every Stellar Academy had a Grand Universe Hall. Updated on Biomicron X0VL. Siomicron M within the academy, ordinary students couldn't even get close to the Grand Universe Hall, which was shrouded in mystery. There were only a few people who entered. Only some talents recognized by the Academy had the right to enter. However, these geniuses never revealed to others what was inside the Grand Universe Hall. No one knew what the Grand Universe Hall represented, but many people understood that it was a significant symbol of the Stellar Academies. Wang Ting, Yu Qiqiao, and the others rose early, gathered at a designated location, and boarded a spacecraft headed toward the Grand Universe Hall. Wu Yen, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, appeared weary and lacking in vitality. He had a restless night, still immersed in the resentment of being abandoned by his elder brother. Reynolds, Baichuan Lu, Lu Tian, Tai Beisha, and the others were fine. They joined the Constellation Society voluntarily. No one forced them. Moreover, they seemed quite happy about joining the Constellation Society and quickly bonded with Yu Yunxian, Borit, and others, engaging in exchanges about martial arts. The atmosphere was quite good. Of course, all these talents had their personalities. People like Yu Yunxian and Lu Tian, for example, belonged to the silent type, rarely speaking and only occasionally offering their opinions. Brother Wu Yan, didn't sleep well last night? Wang Ting teased when he saw Wu Yan's appearance. Without even thinking, Wang Ting knew that this guy must not have slept well because of joining the Constellation Society. Wang Ting didn't know why Wu Ming insisted on having Wu Yan join the Constellation Society, but since he was already a member, Wang Ting naturally didn't mind giving him a bit of guidance. As the third-ranked genius, Wang Ting still regarded Wu Yan quite highly. Wu Yan, upon hearing this, looked a bit dark-faced. This guy just couldn't let go of any opportunity to bring this up. He cast a sidelong glance at Wang Ting, saying nothing. Don't be so indifferent. We're all family now. Be careful, or one might just beat you up. Wang Ting draped his arm around Wu Yan's shoulder and said, Wu Yan, to hell with being a family. A family where you want to beat me up? This family seems a bit fake. Everyone was speechless. What kind of twist in the plot was this? They thought Wang Ting was going to say something profound, but it turned out he wanted to beat Wu Yan. Could this be the legendary tough love? Baichuan Lu, Reynolds, and the others looked at Wu Yan with smiles on their faces, as if they were just there to enjoy the show. Wang Ting, we have arrived at the Grand Universe Hall. Round Ball's voice was suddenly heard. The spacecraft arrived at its destination quickly and landed slowly. Wang Ting and the others flew out of the spacecraft. Oh my God! Wang Ting floated in midair, gazing ahead with a hint of awe in his eyes. This is the Grand Universe Hall? Reynolds, Baichuan Lu, and the others widened their eyes in shock. Even Yu Yunxian and Lu Tian were no exception. Seeing the scene before them, an involuntary sense of shock surged within them. In the sky ahead, a massive floating square extended, covering an indeterminate range, surrounded by the vastness of the starry sky. A dense mist hovered beneath the square as if lifting it. Above the square, a colossal and ancient-looking hall was suspended. Clouds and mist supported it, creating a rather peculiar sight. Behind the hall, a vast expanse of stars adorned the backdrop, emitting a mysterious and serene atmosphere. As Wang Ting and the others laid eyes on this grand hall, their expressions underwent a transformation as if an identical structure appeared in their minds. Originating from nowhere, it materialized as if forcefully projected into their minds. They didn't even have to imagine. It spontaneously emerged, as if being forcibly imprinted within them, an inexplicable phenomenon. Wang Ting took a deep breath, activating his formidable spiritual power to forcefully dispel the eerie thoughts lingering in his mind. He was the first to snap out of the awe. Whether it was Wu Yan, Lu Tian, or others, they were still immersed in that indescribable shock. Come back! Wang Ting greeted them with a shout, bringing everyone back to their senses. They withdrew their gazes, wearing expressions of astonishment. What's the matter with this Grand Universe Hall? Reynolds took a deep breath and inquired. It's strange. A Grand Universe Hall suddenly appeared in my mind. Baichuan Lu frowned. Me too. It's too strange. Tai Beisha said with a serious expression. It should be some kind of spiritual technique, and the person who left this technique must be extremely powerful. To the extent that anyone who sees this Grand Universe Hall will have it reflected in their minds, Wang Ting pondered. Reflected? At this moment, Lu Tian couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, it's a technique of a true God-stage martial warrior reflection. Wang Ting nodded, stating. So, is this hall forged by a true God-stage martial warrior? Baichuan Lu asked. Who knows? Wang Ting waved his hand, saying, I'm becoming more and more curious about this grand universe hall. Come on, let's go take a look. With those words, he had already transformed into a stream of light, rushing towards the square ahead. Wu Yen, Lu Tian, and the others exchanged glances with one another. They didn't waste any time and immediately followed him. Soon, they surged onto the square, their feet landing on solid ground. Around them, a large crowd had already gathered. As they stepped onto the square, a bustling noise immediately reached their ears. However, outside the square, not a single sound could be heard. It was peculiar. Wang Ting looked around, pausing for a moment. He saw Zhulong Shan, Zhu Shuang, and many other martial warriors from the Solar Dragon race. He had never seen them before. On the other side, Yuan Mu also arrived, standing alone in a corner of the square. When Wang Ting's gaze swept over, the two locked eyes for a moment. In Yuan Mu's eyes, there was a hint of unwillingness, seemingly resentful for losing to Wang Ting in the freshman leaderboard. Wang Ting, in today's Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony, I will definitely find a master stronger than you. Suddenly, Yuan Mu walked over and said calmly. Lu Tian, Yu Yunxian, and Reynolds looked at each other with shimmering eyes. Has Yuan Mu not given up yet? Given Wang Ting's talent, the master he chose today would undoubtedly surpass everyone else. They felt that it was impossible for Yuan Mu to surpass Wang Ting. Oh, it seems like you're quite confident, Wang Ting said with a faint smile upon hearing Yuan Mu's words. My divine constellation physique will never lose to anyone. I lost to you because I'm not strong enough. It's not because my divine constellation physique isn't strong enough, Yuan Mu said. I agree. But so what if you have the divine constellation physique? You will still lose to me, Wang Ting said. Then let's see whose master is more powerful. They will definitely choose me first, Yuan Mu said. I'm not interested, Wang Ting replied indifferently. Are you afraid? Yuan Mu sneered. No need to provoke me. This trick doesn't work on me. In today's Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony, the master chooses the student, and the student also chooses the master. The master I want to choose doesn't necessarily have to be strong. The most important thing is that he suits my taste, Wang Ting said calmly. Yuan Mu. He felt like Wang Ting was putting up an act. What did he mean that strength didn't matter, and the most important thing was that he suited his taste? He sounded very arrogant. Who dares to speak like this? Aren't you afraid of the wind blowing and dislocating your tongue? At this moment, a figure walked over from behind Yuan Mu, sneering. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. He looked at the other party. This was a handsome young man with long reddish-brown hair. There was a cold and mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Yu Qiqiao, Reynolds, and the others frowned. This person seemed unfriendly. Who are you? Wang Ting asked. Red-brown hair. Chapter 2156. Increase in Spirit. President of the 7th Stellar Academy. 1. Update on Biomicron X0 VL. Siomicron, who are you? It was a simple question, but a profound sense of insult permeated. Yuan Mu blinked momentarily, his eyes revealing a trace of mockery. This fellow didn't even know who the other party was and dared to refute. He was quite bold. Occam was very powerful. Offending the other party was an unwise choice, even though Wang Ting's talent was indeed astonishing. The young man with reddish-brown long hair, Occam, immediately turned green, his gaze coldly fixed on Wang Ting. As expected of the eye of the freshman leaderboard. You have quite the temper. Well, my temper is at least better than yours, Wang Ting calmly replied. Occam. Wang Ting, Senior Occam, is ranked 86th on the top 100 Heaven Stage Martial Warrior ranking. You should show enough respect, Yuan Mu advised. A cold arrogance appeared on Occam's face. To be able to enter the top 100 Heaven Stage Martial Warrior ranking meant that he was once one of the top geniuses on the freshman leaderboard, possessing formidable talent. The top 100 Heaven Stage martial warriors ranking carried much more weight than the freshman leaderboard. The freshman leaderboard was merely a ranking among new students. In contrast, the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking was different. It was a ranking contested by all the Heaven Stage martial warriors. Those who could secure a position in the top 100 were undoubtedly formidable Heaven Stage martial warriors and were not to be underestimated. Even geniuses like Wang Ting, capable of surpassing Heaven Stage martial warriors, would find little chance of success against warriors on the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking. Despite both being at the Heaven Stage, Occam's strength surpassed that of Heaven Stage martial warriors like Ruan Banlian. "So, you're the 86. My apologies. My apologies," Wang Ting exclaimed with a seemingly enlightened expression. Occam, thinking that Wang Ting was intimidated, wore a cold smile on his face. However, he overheard Wang Ting muttering, 86th, huh? One thought you were in the top IO. Yuan Mu. Occam. What did this guy mean? Was he looking down on his 86th place on the top Lu Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking? If there's nothing, you can go somewhere else. We don't seem to be very acquainted, Wang Ting waved dismissively. Wang Ting never entertained those with malicious intent. Yuan Mu and Occam snorted. Occam said, "Don't get too happy. Being first on the freshman leaderboard is just the beginning. There have been fallen freshmen who were once ranked first." "Are you threatening me?" Wang Ting tilted his head and looked at Occam. "I'm just stating a fact," Occam sneered, said nothing more, and returned to his original position with Yuan Mu. Wang Ting squinted his eyes, watching their departing figures with an uncertain glint in his eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling that Occam harbored significant hostility toward him. Had he offended Occam at some point? "That fellow is the candidate for associate council member this time. You're the one who replaced him." Tong En and the others pushed through the crowd and walked over from afar. "The candidate for associate council member." Wang Ting nodded, suddenly realizing why the trouble had come. Not dwelling on it further, he looked at Tong En and the others and asked, "Why are you all here?" "The Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony is a huge event. How could we not come?" Taiyang En laughed. "We went to watch your matches yesterday. However, we were with other people, so we didn't look for you," Wei Na explained. "You fought brilliantly yesterday, single-handedly taking on the top 10 prodigies on the freshman leaderboard. Even my sister and the others were impressed," Tong En said. "Your sister?" Wang Ting was surprised. Tong En's sister is a beauty on the Universe Goddess ranking. Wei Na smiled. "Really? When can you introduce your sister to me?" Wang Ting's eyes lit up instantly, immediately turning to Tong En. "Tong En, I considered you a friend, and you're thinking about pursuing my sister? This is too much, bro." Baichuan Lu, Reynolds, Wade, and the others looked at Tong En's face too. Their eyes were shining. The Universe Goddess rank. It was filled with renowned beauties. They are rarely seen in normal circumstances. If they could catch a glimpse, it would be a visual feast. Men all share this particular interest. Even Lu Tian and Yu Yunxian couldn't help but discreetly glance at Tong En, clearly surprised. However, everyone was a bit puzzled. Tong En had a baby face, but she had a sister on the Universe Goddess ranking. Were they half-sisters? Tong En didn't know what everyone was thinking. Otherwise, she might explode on the spot. She hated it when people questioned her background because of her baby face. They were real siblings. Why should she be suspected of being someone else's child? On another note, your sister is on the Universe Goddess rank, but why do you still look like this? Wang Ting asked with confusion. Tong En's eyes immediately flashed with cold light as she glared at Wang Ting, about to erupt. Wei Na and the others started to sympathize Wang Ting. This fellow was dead. Could it be that you're a hidden gem? Let me take a good look at your face. At this moment, Wang Ting rubbed his chin, scrutinizing Tong En's lovely face, and confidently declared, Your facial features are indeed a masterpiece, a raw material for beauty. With a bit more growth, you might make it to the universe goddess rank, just like your sister. Tong En was slightly stunned. Others always questioned whether she and her sister were biologically related, but only Wang Ting referred to her as a hidden gem. Moreover, his subsequent words made her heart blossom with joy. Was her face indeed a masterpiece of beauty? Chapter 2157 Increase in Spirit. President of the 7th Stellar Academy. 2. Updated by Bioexen 0 VL. Siamikron Wang Ting's solemn demeanor made Tong En feel as if she had found a kindred spirit. For a moment, the resentment in Tong En's heart dissipated quite a bit. She suddenly realized that this guy did have a good eye. Indeed, her looks were undoubtedly on par with her sister's, and she was determined to make it to the universe goddess rank. A sense of determination ignited in Tong En's heart. Well said. Well said. You do have a good eye, Tong En patted Wang Ting's shoulder and said contentedly. Of course, I may not have other skills, but my talent in appreciating beautiful women is top-notch, Wang Ting boasted, pleased with himself. Everyone was speechless. Appreciating beautiful women is considered a talent? He dared to say such shameless things. This guy was truly shameless. By the way, are you really not introducing your sister to me? Just a glimpse would be nice, Wang Ting added. Get lost. Tong En retorted, annoyed. This jerk hadn't given up on pursuing her sister. Everyone was surprised to see that Wang Ting had easily defused the tension. Could it be done this way? Damn it, he managed to escape unscathed. This guy was too cunning. Wang Ting breathed a sigh of relief. Close call. He had sensed the killing intent emanating from Tong En just now, and fortunately, he reacted in time. Never question a woman's looks. The consequences were severe. Wang Ting finally had the time to look around him. His gaze flickered and finally landed on the Grand Universe Hall in front. The entire Grand Universe Hall was suspended in the air, exuding a sense of mystery. Now that they were closer, the image of the Grand Universe Hall appeared in Wang Ting's mind again. It seemed even clearer this time, with the projection mirroring the actual Grand Universe Hall, capturing every detail without any distinction. Upon closer observation, one could notice celestial bodies carved on the outer walls of the Grand Universe Hall as stars, planets, satellites, even nebulae, galaxies, black holes and more, as if imprinting an endless and vast expanse of the cosmos. The Grand Universe Hall was named after the universe. Did it bear the imprint of the stars? Thinking of this, Wang Ting couldn't help but chuckle. Then his gaze landed on the plaque above the main entrance of the Grand Universe Hall. 3 massive ancient characters seemed to exude an indescribable spiritual fluctuation, invading his mind. These words were written using the ancient language. Wang Ting was no stranger to the ancient language, and he quickly recognized it. Simultaneously, an unexpected situation occurred, surprising Wang Ting. Bubbles of attributes actually appeared around the real Grand Universe Hall, hovering in the air as if magically summoned. Wang Ting was astounded. He immediately released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles. Cosmos Realm Spirit I2000 Cosmos Realm Spirit 800 Cosmos Realm Spirit 6000 its spirit attribute. Wang Ting was stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. The attribute bubbles he picked up were all Cosmos Realm Spirit attribute. However, there were many of them, and the total surprisingly reached 63,500 points. Spirit 178700/200000 Cosmos Realm. Wang Ting's spirit attribute instantly soared by a significant margin. Previously, his spirit attribute was close to the 6th level Cosmos Realm. Now, it increased by more than 60,000 points and reached the 9th level Cosmos Realm. It was almost at the perfected stage. At this moment, a cool force circulated in his mind, giving him a slightly swollen feeling in his head. It was the peculiar sensation brought about by the instant expansion of his spiritual power. Wang Ting took a deep breath. Could it be that the God stage was truly left behind by a God stage martial warrior? Just a few dropped attribute bubbles had elevated his spirit attributes to such an extent, which was truly unbelievable. Wang Ting's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at the Grand Universe Hall in front of him. If only more attribute bubbles would drop. His spirit attribute was almost at the perfected stage. With the surge in spirit attributes, his spiritual power would become even more formidable. At this moment, if he were to unleash his full power, he might even be able to compete with the talents on the top 100 heaven stage martial warrior ranking. Unfortunately, no more attribute bubbles were dropping around the Grand Universe Hall, which left Wang Ting extremely disappointed. The Grand Universe Hall was too stingy. Clearly, with such a strong spiritual influence, there must still be powerful residual spiritual wave. How could there be only so few attribute bubbles? Come on, a bit more, please. Wang Ting unleashed his spiritual power, continuously teasing and provoking, even trying to sense the three ancient characters on the plaque of the Grand Universe Hall. Still, there was no effect. After all, the Grand Universe Hall was just an inanimate object. This was like performing a seductive dance for a blind person, a waste. The Grand Universe Hall. Helpless, Wang Ting gave up on his antics and stopped making any more move. He quietly waited, occasionally observing the geniuses around him, looking for any potential targets worth exploiting. The square became more and more crowded. No one dared to be late for the grand disciple acceptance ceremony today. They were all here early. The square was buzzing with voices, a sea of people. However, the square was spacious enough, even with so many people standing on it, it didn't feel overly crowded. The Constellation Society was all gathered together, appearing extremely conspicuous. Many people cast their eyes over, their expressions complex. Shi Tianyun and Shen Yanfeng stood some distance away and looked at the members of the Constellation Society with grim expressions. Compared to the splendor of the Constellation Society, they seemed much more destitute. Since their defeat by Wang Ting last time, they had been ostracized by many, and even Feng Qinyan didn't have much regard for them. Chapter 2158 Increase in Spirit. President of the 7th Stellar Academy. 3. Updated by Bioxen 0VL. Siamicron M. They had signed a contract with Wang Ting to become the lackeys of the Constellation Society. Naturally, Feng Qinyan wouldn't accept them. Although both of them had decent talents, in such a situation with limited resources, their cultivation was greatly affected. This time, they only ranked 23rd and 24th on the freshman leaderboard, lagging behind the geniuses of the Constellation Society. Now, their only hope was to find a powerful martial warrior as their master and thereby break free from the contract with Wang Ting. There were also Wan Ningfu, Jiadan, Qilian Feng, and others who were defeated by Wang Ting. Now, their situation was even worse, and finding a master was their only way out. Zhulong Shan stood in the middle of the Solar Dragon race martial warriors and glanced in the direction of the Constellation Society. He felt exasperated. He lost again. His race was disappointed in him, but he still had a chance. The Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony was an opportunity. If he could become the disciple of a formidable martial warrior, he would naturally gain the attention of the clan. On the other side, Feng Mo was standing with some martial warriors from the Heaven Crane Hall. The people from Heaven Crane Hall didn't know the situation of Wan Dong, Feng Mo, and the other martial warriors, but Wang Ting was a powerful presence now. If he pursued the matter, they would be in big trouble. So, Feng Mo also hoped to find a powerful master, and this trouble could naturally be resolved. At least he didn't have to worry about the Tianhe Hall. He could just leave the Heaven Crane Hall at that time. As for Wan Dong and the others, he couldn't care about them. He would let them deal with it themselves. Wan Dong and the others entered the academy earlier than him, so they must have found their mentors already. If they asked their masters for help, they might be able to solve the problem. However, they probably wouldn't do that. It was too embarrassing. If they bring the issue to their masters, it would only embarrass them. After all, Wan Dong and the others were all at the Heaven Stage. Yet, they couldn't defeat a Cosmos Stage martial warrior and got poisoned by him. It would be a laughingstock if this were to be known. That was why Wan Dong and the others were unable to cure the poison in their bodies. In the end, the thoughts of these talented warriors were similar to those of Yuan Mu and others. Despite losing on the freshman leaderboard, they still held a glimmer of hope and wanted to regain their dignity by finding a master. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of ancient and distant bell tolls rang out from an unknown location, echoing across the square. Instantly, everyone fell silent, refraining from speaking, and their gazes turned towards the Grand Universe Hall in front. Everyone knew that the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony was about to begin. Wang Ting also directed his gaze towards the Grand Universe Hall, his eyes flickering with a hint of anticipation. How strong were the formidable warriors of the stellar academies! He hoped not to be disappointed. Amidst the diverse thoughts of the crowd, a sudden appearance of figures manifested in the sky, each bearing distinct racial features. From the Three Eyes race, some were from the human race and some were from the orc race. However, without exception, they all exuded formidable auras. Judging from their auras, these individuals were at least eternal stage martial warriors. As these powerhouses appeared, the students below all revealed eager expressions in their eyes. It was about to begin. The Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony was about to start. Wang Ting activated his real eye and scanned the formidable warriors above him. Even though he knew that with his current real stage real eye, it would be challenging to see the true realm of these powerhouses, he still chose to do so. His intention was solely to discern the strongest among them. As his gaze swept over, beams of intense light entered Wang Ting's eyes. Gasp! Wang Ting gasped. So powerful! These powerhouses from the academies were truly formidable. Each of them harbored a radiance that was too dazzling to look directly at, like giant stars. He immediately closed his eyes, deactivating the real eye and allowing his spiritual power to circulate through his eyes, alleviating the discomfort caused by gazing at those powerhouses. A cool sensation flowed through, and his eyes gradually returned to normal. He then opened them. "Are you sensing these powerful martial warriors?" Tong En asked through voice transmission. "Took a glance," Wang Ting replied. "You have guts," Tong En said speechlessly. With so many academy powerhouses present, even many senior students behaved themselves. Yet, Wang Ting dared to actively investigate them. Even Tong En, who was someone known for her audacity, wouldn't dare to do that. Suddenly, she felt that Wang Ting was the true audacious one. They were still lacking a bit. At least, they had some backing behind them, but Wang Ting had nothing. He was alone, yet he dared to do this. Only someone with immense courage could pull off such a feat. Who is that person? Wang Ting looked towards the center of the group of powerhouses and asked. "That is the president of our 7th Stellar Academy." Tong En, seeing that figure, expressed a trace of reverence as she answered Wang Ting through voice transmission. The president of the 7th Stellar Academy. Wang Ting was astounded. He sized up the other party silently. The president was a kind-looking old man with white hair and a beard. Unlike other warriors, he exuded a restrained aura, appearing like an ordinary elderly person. He wore a starry robe adorned with celestial patterns. The president seemed to notice Wang Ting's gaze and looked over at him. His eyes were deep, like whirlpools, seemingly capable of sucking in Wang Ting's eyes. Wang Ting immediately withdrew his gaze, feeling shocked. The power of the president's spiritual force was terrifying and indescribable. It was just a glance, but the intensity was frightening. What realm of strength did this president possess? Wang Ting's current strength was still too low, and he couldn't accurately sense the stages beyond the eternal stage. However, the feeling this president gave him was very similar to that of the Azure Dragon, as well as several God-stage powerhouses in the Academy. It was estimated that he was also a God-stage existence. How about that? You've been warned not to stare recklessly, Tong En teased. Even a God-stage martial warrior has appeared. The Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony today is exciting, Wang Ting said excitedly. He didn't mind. Chapter 2159. Spiritual Hollow Mountain. This president is a little black-hearted. 1. Upped by Bioxin 0 VL. Siomicron M, that's right. Every Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony is an exciting moment. Tong En sighed as if recalling the time when she first entered the Stellar Academy. A hint of nostalgia appeared on her face. Back then, they were just like this. In the sky, the powerful figures waved their hands, and special fluctuations emanated from their bodies, forming unique domains. Within those domains, the force condensed into thrones, and they sat high above, overlooking the students below. Their gaze carried scrutiny. Although they were sitting there, it seemed as if they were overlooking the world from their divine realms, creating an unreal sensation. The president of the 7th Stellar Academy sat in the center, looking at everyone with a faint smile. He slowly spoke, "Freshmen, I am very glad that you are standing here, becoming a member of the 7th Stellar Academy. The competition for the freshman leaderboard yesterday was intense and splendid, especially the last match, which surprised even me. I have to say, the talents of this generation have given me quite a surprise." At this point, the president turned his gaze to Wang Ting. Everyone was paying attention to the dean's words. When his gaze fell on Wang Ting, everyone noticed, and expressions of envy appeared on their faces. The president paid special attention to Wang Ting during yesterday's battle. This was undoubtedly a great honor for the students of the Stellar Academies. You are all outstanding, truly outstanding. The president withdrew his gaze and continued, but I hope that this excellence is not just for a moment but will be maintained consistently. Our 7th Stellar Academy has produced many strong warriors. I also hope that in the future you will be one of them, making me proud, making the 7th Stellar Academy proud. Everyone got excited when they heard the president's words. They came to the Stellar Academies for this tremendous honor. The Stellar Academies had stood firm in the universe for countless years, a supreme sanctuary for martial cultivation. When a martial warrior was able to make the Stellar Academies proud of him, this martial warrior's name would spread throughout the universe. This old man has a bit of a pyramid scheme vibe, Wang Ting muttered to himself. Round ball. He was the president of the Stellar Academies, but this fellow said that he had the pyramid scheme vibe. Was he serious? Regarding the president of the Stellar Academy, Round Ball was naturally very curious, so it had been observing. Wang Ting's muttering was not hidden from Round Ball, and it heard everything. All right, one won't waste any time. Now, the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony will start immediately. The president of the 7th Stellar Academy laughed heartily, his voice echoing across the entire square, officially announcing the start of the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony. The spirits of the crowd were instantly lifted, and they clenched their fists. Just at this moment, the president waved his hand, causing ripples in the space above the square. Soon, the illusion of a towering mountain slowly emerged. This is, Wang Ting looked up, a gleam of insight flashing in his eyes. He saw an immensely massive and majestic mountain appearing, suspended above everyone's heads, exuding a majestic aura that was awe-inspiring. However, he quickly realized that it seemed to be just a phantom, with an unreal and illusory feeling. No, this mountain is real, but it exists between this space and another. Wang Ting activated his space physique and noticed something. He was even more astounded. Such methods were truly unimaginable. The president of the 7th Stellar Academy, with just a casual wave, displayed such unimaginable technique. His strength was undoubtedly incredibly formidable. Wang Ting felt that he made the right choice to come to the Stellar Academies. This place was the true sanctuary for martial cultivation. This mountain is called the Spiritual Hollow Mountain. It can assess your spirit, willpower, cultivation, talent, and more. Later, everyone will enter the Spiritual Hollow Mountain, and you only need to climb it. Our Academy's experts will evaluate your performance based on your actions and the results from the freshman leaderboard to select disciples, the president explained slowly. Everyone gazed at the mountain, feeling amazed. Wang Ting was also particularly surprised. Spiritual Hollow Mountain. This mountain was unexpectedly mystical, capable of assessing spirit, willpower, cultivation, talent, and more. Climbing this mountain is quite difficult, Tong En said with a complex expression as if recalling some unpleasant memories. How difficult is it? Wang Ting curiously asked. Very, very difficult. You'll know once you go in, Tong En replied. With her description, Wang Ting became even more curious. This mountain seemed very interesting. Others were curious too, engaging in discussions through voice transmission. Climb this mountain. The higher you reach, the greater the advantage. Therefore, use all your abilities to climb this mountain. The one who reaches the summit will receive a mystery reward. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of the president's mouth as he spoke. The whole class was stunned. Mystery reward. The fact that there was a mystery reward for reaching the summit was something nobody had expected. For a moment, everyone's hearts were invigorated. The mysterious reward mentioned by the president sparked immense curiosity and eagerness in their hearts. What could this reward be? Surely, it wasn't something ordinary. Since the president mentioned this mysterious reward personally, it must be something extraordinary. It might be an extremely rare treasure. Yuan Mu couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. There was a hint of competitiveness in his eyes. Wang Ting earned 1,000,000 points when he climbed to the top of the freshman leaderboard. Now, at this Spiritual Hollow Mountain, Yuan Mu was determined to surpass others, reach the summit and claim that mystery reward. Chapter 2160. Spiritual Hollow Mountain. This president is a little black-hearted. 2. Regarding his willpower and talent, Yuan Mu was extremely confident. He didn't believe he would lose to Wang Ting this time. On the other side, Zhulong Shan's eyes were shining too. He glared at Wang Ting furiously. Why are all these people looking at me? Wang Ting couldn't help but rub his nose, feeling a bit speechless. Ha ha, who asked you to be the most favorable contender for this mystery reward? Tong En laughed and said, by the way, the president uses the same routine every time. One haven't seen anyone reaching the summit and eventually getting that mysterious reward. We don't even know what it is. She shook her head regretfully and looked at Wang Ting again, expressing her anticipation. If you can get that mysterious reward and unravel this mystery, I'll not only thank you for satisfying my curiosity, but many others will be grateful as well. What? Wang Ting was a bit dumbfounded. No one has ever obtained that reward? Yeah, did you think it was easy to get that reward? Tong En chuckled with a wicked smile. This is the president's usual trick, to stimulate the competitive spirit and desire for treasures among you new students, then make you desperately climb the Spiritual Hollow Mountain. In the end, you'll find that even if you exhaust all your strength, you still can't reach the summit of the Spiritual Hollow Mountain. We don't even know how high this mountain is. You keep walking and the summit seems to be right in front of you, but in reality, it's still far, far away. That's the peculiar aspect of the spiritual hollow mountain, and at the same time, it's the most annoying part. It was evident that Tong En harbored deep resentment toward the spiritual hollow mountain. Damn, is our president so scheming? Wang Ting looked at the benevolent-looking president in the sky, suddenly feeling that he might have underestimated him. You can't judge a book by its cover. This old guy was quite sinister. I wouldn't dare say that. Our voice transmission can't escape the notice of a powerhouse like the president, Tong En said softly. Wang Ting stared at Tong En in astonishment. Why didn't you say it earlier? I thought you knew, but one didn't expect you to be so bold. Tong En chuckled. F***K, you killed me. Wang Ting muttered a curse, stiffening his neck to look up at the face of the president. The president smiled at Wang Ting. This smile directly paralyzed Wang Ting. Whether it was an illusion or not, at this moment, that benevolent smile seemed to be filled with a sense of malice. Damn it, he heard it. Ha ha ha, Tong En couldn't help but burst out laughing. If it weren't for the occasion, she probably would have clapped her thighs while laughing. He was stunned. Idiot. He dared to speak ill of the president. Was he scared out of his wits? Wang Ting looked at Tong En with black lines all over his head, gritting his teeth and vowing to find an opportunity to teach this woman a lesson. Don't think you're my senior sister, and I won't dare to hit you. Reynolds, Baichuan Lu, and Tai Beisha chuckled secretly when they saw Wang Ting suffering a setback. These geniuses, all beaten by Wang Ting in the freshman leaderboard, felt a bit relieved seeing him in a muddle. Don't look at me like that. It's your own words. It has nothing to do with me. Tong En quickly shifted a few steps to the side, saying nervously. Is that so? Wang Ting looked at her with a smirk, saying, It has nothing to do with you, so why are you nervous? Nonsense, I'm not nervous, Tong En replied. Senior sister, rest assured, we're such good friends. I definitely won't do anything to you, Wang Ting said. Do you think I'll believe you? Tong En rolled her eyes. Wang Ting ignored Tong En. He wouldn't be able to get back at her today, so he could only suffer in silence. He frowned and asked, Are you sure no one has ever climbed to the top of the spiritual hollow mountain? Yu Yunxian, Wu Yan, and the others looked over. They were extremely curious about this question too. As far as I know, definitely not, Tong En said. If you don't believe me, you can ask Wei Na and the others. Wang Ting looked at Wei Na and the others, and they nodded without hesitation. As Tong En said, no one had successfully reached the summit. Never before? Wang Ting asked unwillingly. What about those judges? Wei Na and the others were astounded. He dared to compare himself to the judges. Wu Yan, Yu Yunxian, and the others were astounded too. They glanced at Wang Ting. Sometimes they had to admit that Wang Ting's ambition was higher than theirs. At least at this stage, they dare not compare themselves to those judges. It seems that some of the judges have reached the summit, but our judge from the 7th Stellar Academy has not, Tong En said. Is that so? Wang Ting stroked his chin, nodded, and said, Forget it, as long as someone reaches the summit, it means this mountain can be conquered. Tong En glanced at him, thinking that this guy was indeed a bit arrogant, always wanting to compare himself to those top geniuses. At this point, she was also looking forward to Wang Ting's performance. If he can really climb to the top, it would prove that she has a good eye. By then, she could boast to her sister as well. After all, even her sister had to treat a talent who climbed to the top of the spiritual hollow mountain with prudence. Everyone, the time has come. Enter the spiritual hollow mountain immediately. The president's voice suddenly became louder, echoing throughout the square, shaking everyone's spirits. As the words fell, a dimensional rift appeared at the foot of the mountain above everyone's heads. Gasp! There was an immediate uproar below, and everyone suddenly snapped back to reality, their eyes focused on the dimensional rift. Then, boom, boom, boom. Figures rushed out, turning into streaks of light, heading towards the dimensional rift beneath the spiritual hollow mountain. Before long, the majority of the new students on the square entered the dimensional rift and appeared at the foot of the spiritual hollow mountain. On the other side, Zhulong Shan moved, transforming into dark red flames, rushing into the dimensional rift. Then, it was Feng Mo's turn. He turned into a ray of green light and followed Zhulong Shan into the spiritual hollow mountain. Yuan Mu glanced at Wang Ting and stepped into the sky. He wasn't in a hurry. The crowd parted automatically and allowed him to enter the spiritual hollow mountain. Shi Tianyun, Xin Yanfeng, Wan Ningfu, Gadan, and Qi Lianfeng entered the spiritual hollow mountain in high spirit. They still didn't know what challenges awaited them. Come, let's go up too. Wang Ting waved his hand and dashed out. The members of the Constellation Society followed closely behind him. Such a scene was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. Even the formidable martial warriors from the academy couldn't help but cast their gazes over. They first looked at the members of the Constellation Society, then their eyes fell on Wang Ting. The president of the 7th Stellar Academy smiled, and shook his head with a smile, seeming to find it quite amusing. Very soon, the members of the Constellation Society entered the spiritual hollow mountain. Wang Ting felt a slight change in the scenery before him, and his feet had already landed on solid ground, surprisingly at the foot of the spiritual hollow mountain. Looking up, the majestic and vast spiritual hollow mountain shook his spirit, bringing a sense of ancient and vicissitude. At the same time, a very peculiar aura permeated the entire mountain. Even though he was at the foot of the mountain, Wang Ting felt his body involuntarily sinking. Whether it was spiritual power, force, or innate talents within his body, everything became sluggish, making it extremely difficult to use these means. Yu Qiqiao, Yu Yunxian, Borat, and the others were around him. They felt the same way. Their expressions were grave as they observed their surroundings. Everyone, let's climb the mountain separately. Wang Ting took a deep breath and said with a smile. All right, Wang Ting, let's see if you can surpass all of us this time, Wu Yan said in a low voice. His gaze flickered. What if one surpassed Du? Wang Ting asked. If you surpass us, I will completely acknowledge you. One will willingly join the Constellation Society, and there will be no more regrets, Wu Yan replied. All right, it's a deal. Wang Ting chuckled, waved his hand, and walked towards the mountaintop with large strides. Let's go. Wu Yan, Yu Yunxian, Lu Tian, Reynolds, and even Yu Qiqiao looked at his back view. They took a deep breath and followed him. Chapter 2161. The Secret of the Spiritual Hollow Mountain. Attention of the God Stage. 1. Spiritual Hollow Mountain. One would only realize how difficult it was to climb this mountain after stepping on it. The mountain peaks were steep, with many areas consisting of sheer cliff. Originally, such terrain wasn't a problem for martial warriors, but this mountain had an indescribable field that restricted the warriors' spirits, force, talents, etc., making every step difficult. Even upon truly arriving at the mountain, everyone felt a majestic, vast, and profound aura, overwhelming and suffocating. A single mountain emitted an aura as vast as the sea or even the entire universe, which was truly unimaginable. Many talented martial warriors were confident at first, but after entering the spiritual hollow mountain, their expressions changed. As they climbed the mountain, it seemed as though countless shackles were added to their bodies. Using force became extremely challenging, and utilizing spiritual power was severely obstructed. Even the innate talents that could usually be freely used now felt as though they were locked away. Even with their utmost effort, they could only exert a tiny fraction of their innate talents. Yuan Mu walked at the forefront, seemingly needing to prove his talent. He didn't want to fall behind anyone, especially Wang Ting, so he immediately unleashed his divine constellation physique. Behind him was Zhulong Shan. In terms of physical strength, the solar dragon race had a huge advantage. Next was Feng Mo. His speed wasn't slow, especially with the additional forces available as a three-element martial warrior. Besides them, there were many talented martial warriors scattered throughout spiritual Hollow Mountain, desperately climbing toward the summit. Wang Ting climbed alone, not wanting to be influenced by others. About half an hour after entering the spiritual Hollow Mountain, Wang Ting glanced down and could no longer see the foot of the mountain. This space was peculiar, as if the entire realm only contained this one mountain, and above was an expansive, white sky with nothing else in sight. Wang Ting, this mountain is strange. I can't discern its details at all, Round Ball's voice echoed in Wang Ting's mind. Wang Ting let out a slight sigh, his expression becoming more serious. He prepared to use his real eye to observe the spiritual Hollow Mountain. He was eager to know what caused their bodies to be burdened by such heavy constraint. With his physique and talent, he was still suppressed tightly. Just as he was about to activate the real eye, he immediately felt a hindrance. It seemed as if the ability of his eyes was sealed. Wang Ting felt a bit speechless. This spiritual Hollow Mountain was truly ruthless, not even sparing the ability of his eyes. He had no choice but to exert all his effort to activate his spiritual power. Finally, after much effort, he managed to open the real eye. In the next moment, his eyes were filled with a golden glow, and his gaze became profound as he looked at the mountainous terrain of the spiritual Hollow Mountain. Countless mysterious runes appeared before his eyes, densely packed and flickering with different lights. Wang Ting couldn't help but draw a cold breath, deeply shocked. The entire spiritual Hollow Mountain was covered in runes, engraved into the mountain, radiating a strange power. The entire mountain was within a special domain formed by these runes. Wang Ting was seeing such a dense array of runes for the first time. Even in high-level formations, there weren't as many runes. Moreover, with his discerning eyes, it was easy to see that these runes were ancient, far from ordinary symbols. Wang Ting's eyes gleamed with excitement. With so many ancient runes, he couldn't help but wonder if he could find some attribute bubbles. He knocked on the mountain wall beside him but found it extraordinarily hard. Forming a claw, he grabbed it forcefully, only to leave no trace. Mind you, he was more powerful than a normal Heaven Stage martial warrior. Yet, he couldn't damage the spiritual Hollow Mountain at all. This was unbelievable. It's so hard! Round Ball exclaimed. This mountain is unbelievable. It's incredibly hard on the outside, yet filled with ancient runes inside. It's beyond comprehension, Wang Ting communicated with Round Ball. Is this entire mountain engraved with ancient runes? Round Ball was also amazed, asking for confirmation. Yes, I see countless runes. The entire mountain is covered with them, Wang Ting nodded. Wow! After receiving confirmation, Round Ball's reaction was similar to Wang Ting's earlier one. It sucked in a cold breath, deeply shocked. This spiritual Hollow Mountain must have been created by an expert beyond the God stage. Wang Ting nodded, agreeing with Round Ball's speculation. A mountain with such mysterious properties would likely be beyond the capabilities of ordinary warriors. Even the divine-level array he saw in the hornless ice dragon pearl couldn't be compared to it. Hence, the creator of the spiritual Hollow Mountain must be someone above the alchemy saint level. Anyone who could reach this stage must be at the God stage or above. As a Grandmaster Alchemist, and having grasped many ancient runes, Wang Ting felt that while it was possible for him to understand the runes inside the spiritual Hollow Mountain, it would likely take a considerable amount of time. He looked at the talented martial warriors climbing desperately around him and suddenly felt that understanding the structure and secrets of the spiritual Hollow Mountain first might be a wise approach. Sometimes, using your brain was just as important as brute force. So, he stopped and, like a gecko, crawled onto the mountain wall. Activating the real eye, he peered into the interior of the mountain, analyzing the runes one by one. Chapter 2162. The Secret of the Spiritual Hollow Mountain. Attention of the God Stage. 2. Time passed slowly, another half-hour gone by. Wang Ting remained motionless at his spot while many talented warriors passed him. People around were surprised, wondering what Wang Ting was up to. However, the fact that they managed to leave him behind secretly delighted them. Shi Tianyun, Xin Yanfeng, and the others caught up with him one after another. When they saw Wang Ting, a sharp glint appeared in their eyes. They exchanged glances with each other and immediately overtook him. The people outside started discussing when they saw this scene. "What's Wang Ting doing?" Tong Yin frowned. They could see the situation inside the spiritual hollow mountain. They knew what happened to Wang Ting within half an hour, but they were puzzled. "Is he daydreaming?" Bai Yao said speechlessly. "It can't be. With something so important, he wouldn't just be daydreaming. There must be some other reason," Yuan Bai remarked. "He wouldn't be trying to analyze the spiritual hollow mountain, would he?" Tong En seemed to have a sudden realization, speaking out. "Analyze the spiritual hollow mountain." Everyone was shocked. Well, someone had done it before. As geniuses, there were always those with unconventional ideas who wanted to analyze the spiritual hollow mountain to find shortcut. But here was the problem. Up until now, no genius had successfully analyzed the secrets within the spiritual hollow mountain. Not even the talents who became the judges. "This guy is troublesome. He always has to do something different," Tong En sighed. "Is the spiritual hollow mountain that easy to analyze? When he eventually gives up, it will waste a lot of time. Others might already be far ahead. Moreover, despite appearing stationary, he's actually wasting a lot of energy and spiritual power. Inside the spiritual hollow mountain, there's no way to recover physical and spiritual power. Doesn't he realize that?" Wei Na and others couldn't help but worry. Continuing like this would undoubtedly significantly affect Wang Ting's final climbing performance. Sometimes one had to admit that having too much talent might not be a good thing. After all, smart people tended to overthink. Wang Ting was currently experiencing such a situation. In the sky, many powerful figures from various academies were also discussing. "This batch has another student trying to analyze the spiritual hollow mountain recklessly," said an eternal stage martial warrior, shaking his head. "And it's Wang Ting," another eternal stage martial warrior said. "He was the first on the freshman leaderboard, defeating 10 talents from the top 10 of the new student list alone. I had high hopes for him, but now, speaking, this powerful figure shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. This young man's spiritual power must be extraordinary. If not, he wouldn't have discovered the situation inside the spiritual hollow mountain," an eternal stage ruler of the Three Eyes race said calmly with shimmering eyes. "Ruler Lias, you're one of the 3 most powerful spiritual power martial warriors below the God stage in the 7 stellar academies. How long do you think he can last?" An eternal stage martial warrior asked. "I don't know." Lias shook his head. "This fellow must have some hidden skills. Even I can't see how powerful his spiritual power is." "Even you can't see the strength of his spiritual power?" The formidable warriors were shocked. "Haha, there's no need for you to guess. Just watch." The president suddenly laughed. "The president seems to have high hopes for this little fellow." Ruler Lias smiled and said, "I haven't seen such an interesting kid in a long time." The president looked at Wang Ting and smiled. The eternal stage martial warriors exchanged glances with one another. They were astounded. Even the 2 formidable warriors by the president's side opened their eyes slowly. Their figures were extremely blurry, as if their true bodies were not in this space. The colossal thrones they sat on were condensed from flames and thunder, emitting a terrifying aura. When their eyes opened, it seemed like they contained the universe and stars, as if they held the fundamental rules and truths. If an eternal stage martial warrior looked into their eyes, he would probably find it difficult to break free. This was the kid who helped deal with that dragon, right? The entity on the throne of flames spoke indifferently. He's also the one who attracted the Azure Dragon god over, the president smiled and replied. Interesting. A Cosmos stage martial warrior is able to attract a god stage presence. This little guy seems to be quite good at causing trouble. The entity on the throne of thunder laughed lightly. He seems to be a grandmaster alchemist. His talent does seem quite remarkable, the entity on the throne of flames remarked. Spending too much time on secondary occupations is bound to delay martial cultivation. The entity on the throne of thunder shook his head. Do you guys know? This kid possesses various types of forces. Apart from the 5 elemental forces, he also has lightning, poison, wind, ice, light, and several other special attributes, and his cultivation levels are not low, the president explained. The eyes of the 2 god stage entities showed signs of surprise. At their level, they rarely paid attention to external affairs. If it weren't for the appearance of the Azure Dragon, they wouldn't have revealed themselves at all. Given their status, they certainly wouldn't deliberately focus on a mere new student, even if he was a rising star on the star rankings. However, hearing the words of the 7th Stellar Academy's president, they couldn't help but feel a hint of interest. This little guy possessed all force attributes except the dark force. This kind of martial warrior was rare. It wasn't about the issue of spending too much time on cultivating various forces. Rather, the uniqueness and rarity of such a constitution made it almost impossible to occur. Even at their level, where the physical body returns to its origin, it was challenging to gather all force attribute. For a martial warrior to possess 5 forces was already considered quite having lived for countless ages. They had witnessed numerous geniuses, and never before had they seen a genius who could possess all force attributes. Such prodigies were only recorded in ancient texts. Many people felt that it was impossible, including them. However, their understanding was shattered because, in front of their eyes, it seemed like such a prodigy had emerged. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. The God stage entity on the throne of flames exclaimed with fiery enthusiasm. He has all the forces? It aligns well with the principles of our 7th Stellar Academy, but the number of individuals who truly achieve this is extremely rare. One hope this young one brings us some surprises. The president probably called us over for him, the entity on the throne of flames said. The president nodded with a smile. Apart from you two, quite a few old fellows are also paying attention. We sense it, the entity on the throne of lightning said, looking at the sky and smiling. Let's see how far he can go, the president suggested. The 2 God stage martial warriors nodded and fell silent. However, they didn't close their eyes this time. Instead, they cast their gazes upon the spiritual hollow mountain. The eternal stage martial warriors were astounded when they heard the conversation between the 3 God stage martial warriors. That Wang Ting turned out to be a martial artist with all forces. Besides dark force, he had all the other forces. This was unbelievable. How did that kid's body develop? Was he a bug? Sikong II, sitting at the end of the group of eternal stage powerhouses, wasn't as surprised. He was well aware of Wang Ting's talent. However, he didn't expect Wang Ting to achieve such results on the freshman leaderboard. It was truly commendable and had now drawn the attention of the president and the God stage presences. His potential seemed boundless. That boy was indeed an anomaly. On a larger stage, he would undoubtedly unleash even greater potential, fitting into the new environment effortlessly. Sikong II looked in Wang Ting's direction with a complicated gaze. Ruler Lias' gaze flickered slightly. He had always paid close attention to Wang Ting. If Wang Ting's spiritual power met his requirements, he would take him in as his disciple. However, from the looks of it now, it wouldn't be that easy. A bunch of true God-level martial warriors were waiting to take him in as their disciple. It would never be his turn. With a sigh, Lias felt a bit disheartened. When would he find a successor for his immortal seed secret skill? Chapter 2163. Did he successfully decipher it? 1. In Wang Ting's eyes, flashes of mysterious runes seemed to swiftly pass by, creating an intriguing spectacle. Using runes to form restrictions, like shackles, restraining the body, spirit, and talent. The creator of this spiritual hollow mountain is truly ingenious, beyond the reach of ordinary people. Unfortunately, after analyzing for a long time, I've only decoded a small portion. The runes in the entire spiritual hollow mountain are simply too numerous to fully decipher. It's clear they want us to climb the spiritual hollow mountain, leaving us with no other path. Various thoughts raced through Wang Ting's mind, and he couldn't help but sigh, deciding to give up. Some things were beyond his control, and it was better not to force them. However, before doing so, he wanted to make one last attempt. With great difficulty, Wang Ting manipulated his spiritual power to extend into the depths of the spiritual hollow mountain. What's this? In an instant, he felt as if his spiritual power had sunk into a swamp. Despite the runes being right in front of him, he couldn't get any closer. Unwilling to give up, he gritted his teeth and fiercely mobilized his spiritual power to infiltrate the mountain wall. The process lasted for over 10 minutes before he suddenly felt a release, and his spiritual vision instantly expanded. It seemed as if he could now touch those ancient runes. Wang Ting couldn't help but feel a slight joy, controlling his spiritual power to probe into the area where a cluster of ancient runes was densely concentrated. Boom! In an instant, Wang Ting's head buzzed, as if something had exploded inside. In a daze, he wasn't sure what had happened. When he came to his senses, he saw transparent bubbles floating in the area where the dense runes were. Attribute bubbles. Wang Ting was elated. He picked up the attribute bubbles without any hesitation. Picking up the attribute bubbles wasn't as difficult, as they turned into strands of insights and merged into his mind the moment they touched his spiritual power. Ancient runes *100 ancient runes *I20 ancient lightning runes *I30 ancient runes *95 cosmos realm spirit *200 Most of these attribute bubbles were ancient runes, and some were even special ancient runes. For example, among the attribute bubbles Wang Ting had just obtained, there was the presence of ancient lightning runes. As these ancient runes merged into Wang Ting's mind, his mastery of ancient runes instantly improved significantly. What surprised Wang Ting even more was the spirit attribute. The fact that the spiritual hollow mountain dropped spirit attributes was truly beyond his expectations. But this was undoubtedly a good thing. Since he needed to pick up attribute bubbles, it would inevitably consume spiritual power. Now, with these spiritual attribute bubbles, he could replenish his spiritual attributes at any time. One didn't expect it could be like this. Wang Ting thoughtfully realized he might have found the correct way to exploit the benefits of the spiritual hollow mountain. A slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, and without hesitation, he continued to control his spiritual power to explore the more distant ancient runes. Indeed, many attribute bubbles appeared again, and he picked them up one after another. Wang Ting's mastery of ancient rune attributes increased once again, and this time there was even the appearance of ancient ice patterns. It seems that the ancient runes of the spiritual hollow mountain include various special ancient runes. Wang Ting's eyes shimmered as he silently speculated. Excited, he started frantically picking up attribute bubbles. To thoroughly exploit the benefits of the spiritual hollow mountain, Wang Ting even returned to the base of the mountain, picking up all the areas he hadn't collected before. Those observing from outside were left bewildered. What is this guy doing? People are desperately climbing up, and he's going down? There must be something wrong with his head. It's over. It's over. Is Wang Ting crazy? Tong Yin covered her face, indicating that she couldn't bear to look. Wei Na and Bai Yao were speechless too. They had never seen anyone climbing the spiritual hollow mountain upside down. Wang Ting was the first. Not only them, but even the eternal stage powerhouses in the sky were a bit dumbfounded at the moment. They looked at each other, completely unable to understand what Wang Ting was doing. This, even the president couldn't help but show a trace of astonishment in his eyes. What is he doing? The two God-stage existences beside him hesitated. I don't know. The president smiled bitterly, shook his head, and said with a flicker in his eyes, he's climbing back up. Is this kid here to play? The God-stage existence on the throne of lightning couldn't help but be speechless. The God-stage existence on the throne of flames shook his head. He felt that Wang Ting seemed a bit unserious and couldn't figure out what was going on in his head. At the forefront of the spiritual hollow mountain, Yuan Mu looked down and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That guy didn't catch up. His talent was truly the strongest. Just watch, he would definitely become the most dazzling figure in this grand disciple acceptance ceremony. Yuan Mu remained indifferent. He glanced at the peak of the spiritual hollow mountain with a firm gaze and continued climbing up. Occam nodded when he saw this scene in the plaza of the Grand Universe Hall. Yuan Mu's talent was indeed the strongest. Then, he looked at Wang Ting, who was far behind, and a sneer appeared on his lips. Behind them, Zhulong Shan, Feng Mo, and the others were making every effort to climb, unwilling to fall behind. Wu Yan, Yu Yunxian, Lu Tian, and the others slowly caught up with them. They overtook the other talented martial warriors and followed closely behind Zhulong Shan and the others. Their talent wasn't much weaker than Zhulong Shan and the others. They only lagged because they entered the spiritual hollow mountain a little late. Chapter 2164. Did he successfully decipher it? 2. But when they looked down, they couldn't help but frown. Why hasn't Wang Ting come up yet? Several people were somewhat puzzled. Originally, Wang Ting was ahead of them, but later, he remained motionless in one place, and they caught up to him. They thought that even if there was a reason for Wang Ting to fall behind for a while, he would quickly catch up. However, after so long, Wang Ting was still below, and they couldn't even see his shadow. This couldn't help but make them worry. Yu Qiqiao, Wade, and the others wondered if something had happened to Wang Ting. Xin Yanfeng, Shi Tianyun, and the others secretly sneered. Wang Ting couldn't even catch up to them. It seemed that his talent wasn't that great. He was able to defeat them because of his clone skill. That fellow must be extremely lucky to get some powerful scriptures. His talent might not be stronger than theirs. Thinking of this, they felt a glimmer of hope reignite in their hearts. What matters most for a martial warrior is talent. Since the spiritual hollow mountain was able to test the talent of martial warriors, it must be authentic. Now that Wang Ting was behind them, it indicated that his talent might not be as good as theirs. The two of them suffered a huge blow, and they finally had a chance to turn the table around. Their hearts were filled with hope. They weren't naive. They just wanted a bit of hope. Even when Ningfu, Gadan, and Qi Lianfeng suspected that Wang Ting's talent wasn't very good. If not, he wouldn't be so far behind. Fortunately, Wang Ting only did such an unconventional act once, and then began to climb steadily. His spiritual power continued to tease the ancient runes within the spiritual hollow mountain, causing them to drop attribute bubbles for him to pick up. The overall range of the spiritual hollow mountain was quite large. Therefore, if Wang Ting wanted to pick up every rune at each height, it naturally took a considerable amount of time. As a result, his speed was a bit slow, and he could only gradually catch up with the other warriors above. However, he was not in a hurry, climbing slowly and steadily, picking up attribute bubbles. His proficiency in ancient runes was also improving. Wang Ting could feel that his mastery of ancient runes was rapidly increasing. Occasionally, there would be bubbles containing spirit attributes, replenishing Wang Ting's spiritual consumption and allowing him to endure for a longer time. A man must have a good stamina. Ancient Runes *80. Ancient Fire Runes *105 Cosmos Realm Spirit *250 Ancient Runes *110 Ancient Runes *70 Ancient Water Runes *I50 Huh? Wang Ting suddenly exclaimed, his eyes bursting with brilliance. I've actually obtained Ancient Fire Runes and Ancient Water Runes. This was the first time he had acquired these two special ancient runes. Previously, he had only mastered Ancient Lightning Runes, Ancient Ice Runes, and Ancient Poison Runes. Now, he had added two more to his collection. Wang Ting became even more excited, climbing while picking up attribute bubbles. For others, this might be a laborious task, but for Wang Ting, it was a great opportunity. He hadn't even reached the peak yet, and he had already gained such tremendous benefits. Did others have the same? No, they didn't. These were advantages unique to Wang Ting. As time passed, the stars outside had rotated 3 times, but the spiritual hollow mountain remained shrouded in a vast white sky. 3 days quietly went by. One climber after another, but no one reached the summit. Instead, some had reached their limits and dropped out one after another. Of course, their performance was observed by the external powerhouses, and there might be someone willing to take them as disciples. If not, these students could only fend for themselves, diligently completing tasks within the stellar academies to earn points for their cultivation needs in the future. Yuan Mu, Zhulong Shan, and the others were still climbing. Their expressions changed. The process of climbing was undoubtedly extremely tedious, and the force within their bodies was rapidly depleting. Unable to replenish it, they could only rely on their physical strength and willpower to climb. For martial warriors accustomed to using force, being suddenly unable to utilize it was torture. Wang Ting was still trailing behind, but he gradually caught up. On the 4th day, Wang Ting saw Wen Ningfu, and she noticed him too. Her expression immediately changed. Damn, this guy was still around. Hey, isn't this that someone? Wang Ting greeted, unable to recall her name, so he said, the one who lost to Yu Qiqiao, right? Wen Ningfu almost vomited blood. To hell with losing to Yu Qiqiao. One have a name. Why are you so far behind? Wen Ningfu took a deep breath, asking the question that lingered in her mind. I let you guys go first, so at least you can be happy for a while. If I started in the first place, the pressure on you would be too much. Wang Ting said with a look of concern, one worry about your feelings. Wen Ningfu? I'll go first, bye. Wang Ting ignored her and surpassed her. Wen Ningfu watched Wang Ting pass by with his indifferent face, suddenly stunned. She felt inexplicably foolish. Why did she doubt this guy's talent? Those people ahead would probably feel the same way as she does now. Wen Ningfu suddenly felt a bit gleeful. Half a day later, Wang Ting caught up with Qi Lianfeng and slowly climbed past him amid his bewildered gaze. After another half a day, Wang Ting saw Shi Tianyun and Shen Yanfeng. He was surprised that they were here. It looked like their talent was not bad. Good to see you. Wang Ting greeted them. Shi Tianyun and Shen Yanfeng almost slipped and fell from the mountain when they saw that familiar face. After climbing for so long, their physical strength was already close to the limit. Wang Ting's sudden appearance was like encountering a hideous female ghost while going to the bathroom in the middle of the night. There's no need to be so excited when meeting an old friend, right? Wang Ting asked with a strange expression. The two of them were going crazy. Who's your old friend? Why had this guy caught up? Wasn't he already far behind? What about the supposedly lackluster talent? Looking at Wang Ting's appearance, it seemed like he hadn't consumed any energy, just like when they first entered the spiritual hollow mountain. For a moment, both of them were dumbfounded. The plot wasn't supposed to develop like this. There seemed to be an unbridgeable gap between them and Wang Ting, and this gap was gradually widening. They completely gave up, lost any desire for comparison, and with their spirit deflated, they couldn't continue. Outside, quite a few eternal stage powerhouses shook their heads. Some eternal stage figures had been optimistic about these two, but now it seemed that the temperament of these two disciples needed further examination. Wang Ting glanced at them, shook his head, and continued climbing towards the mountain top. 2 hours later, he saw Yu Qiqiao and others. "You finally made it." Yu Qiqiao breathed a sigh of relief. "Were you worried I couldn't make it up?" Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. Now, he realized why Wen Ningfu, Shi Tianyun, and others had such expressions when they saw him. It turned out they all thought he couldn't make it. Wang Ting couldn't help feeling a bit helpless. What were these people thinking? Even if his talent was a bit lower, it couldn't be worse than theirs, right? "Who knows if something happened to you?" Yu Qiqiao said with a bit of annoyance. "What could happen to me? I'm fine. I'll be going ahead." Wang Ting passed Yu Qiqiao and Wade and quickly disappeared from their sight. Yu Qiqiao was astounded. Why did this fellow seem so relaxed after so many days? "I overthought it." She sighed and continued climbing. Now she could barely hold on. She relied entirely on a bit of willpower, hoping not to fall too far behind. In the outside world, many eternal stage powerhouses saw this scene and their eyes lit up. He caught up. "I knew this guy wasn't that simple. He seems quite relaxed. But why does he keep walking for a while, then stopping for a while?" The president and the other two true god-level martial warriors were in deep thought. Suddenly, their hearts trembled. Could this guy have succeeded in deciphering the situation? Chapter 2165. Poking it a few times naturally evoked a reaction. 1. As the 10th day arrived, there were only a few talented martial warriors left on the spiritual Hollow Mountain. More and more people reached their limits and eventually withdrew from the spiritual Hollow Mountain. Inside the spiritual Hollow Mountain, their spirit, force, and more could not recover. Even talent and willpower had reached their limits and could no longer sustain them. Although human willpower was infinite, not everyone could unleash a powerful will at any time. In the end, only the top 10 talents were left on the spiritual Hollow Mountain. Even Yu Qiqiao and the others couldn't move forward and had to give up. Meanwhile, Yu Yunxian and others continued to lead ahead of Wang Ting, climbing without paying attention to him. At this moment, no one had the energy to care about external matters. Their eyes were fixed on the mountaintop, and their minds were focused solely on the ascent to the summit. At this point, they had depleted their force, and the physical strength they had consumed had almost reached its limit. Even their talent was becoming difficult to maintain. It had turned into a battle of willpower. However, what they didn't know was that their current position was only about 2/3 of the way up the spiritual Hollow Mountain. There was still a considerable distance to climb. "This spiritual Hollow Mountain is really high," Round Ball exclaimed in Wang Ting's mind. "Isn't that obvious?" Wang Ting responded with a hint of sarcasm. Of course it was high. They had been climbing for 10 days and hadn't reached the summit. The academy was quite ruthless. They gave them the challenge of ascending such a terrifying mountain. Even with Wang Ting's formidable mental and spiritual strength, along with his talent and willpower, he felt immense pressure. Without his unique abilities, the ascent would have been far from easy. At this moment, he planted both hands firmly on the mountain wall and leaped upward like a monkey, effortlessly surmounting a significant height. Simultaneously, his spiritual power penetrated the mountain wall, teasing the ancient runes within and collecting the attribute bubbles that dropped as a result. Ancient runes *50 Ancient Wood runes *IO Cosmos Realm Spirit *I20 Ancient Earth runes *I50 Ancient runes *I31 by 1. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's mind, transforming into insights that intertwined with his memories. These insights manifested as mysterious and profound runes, shimmering in the depths of his memory. Among them were 2 particularly special runes, one radiating a vibrant green light, brimming with vitality, and the other emanating an earthy yellow glow, as thick and solid as the earth. Wang Ting felt no surprise anymore. After climbing to such heights, he had already encountered many of these special ancient runes. By now, he had collected a variety of special ancient runes, completing the set of the 5 elemental ancient runes, along with lightning, ice, and poison runes, totaling 8. His speculation received confirmation. The spiritual hollow mountain could indeed suppress warriors of all attributes because the runes here covered all aspects. Yet, he couldn't help but consider if there might be one missing, the dark rune. Unfortunately, Wang Ting didn't dare to use his dark force. If he did, he would likely be caught and thoroughly examined by the Academy's powerhouses. His dark force was purer than Yu Yunxian's. They couldn't be compared at all. Yu Yunxian was at most bewitched and there was still room for salvage. As for him, in other people's eyes, he probably couldn't be saved. He could be sentenced to death. Of course, this was Wang Ting's guess. Even with a remote possibility, Wang Ting wasn't willing to take such a risk. He wasn't done living yet. Round ball, what do you think will happen if one master all the ancient runes? Wang Ting continued climbing, while posing the question to Round Ball. Master all of them? Round Ball was momentarily stunned, and couldn't help but chuckle. Young man, you might be thinking too much. Mastering all the ancient runes was a tall order, not even achievable by a saint-level rune master, much less a grandmaster rune master. Wang Ting was quite daring to suggest that. However, Round Ball didn't dare to provoke Wang Ting. Climbing the spiritual hollow mountain was already irritating, and what if Wang Ting decided to take out his frustration on it? You think it's impossible? Wang Ting smiled faintly and asked. Well, it's challenging. Round Ball hesitated for a moment, expressing tactfully. Setting aside that, what do you think will happen if I truly master all of them? Wang Ting continued, indifferent to the response. I don't know. I've never seen anyone who could master all the ancient runes. There were, however, some ancient saints who were knowledgeable in many runes, but even they wouldn't claim to have mastered them all. In those times, ancient runes hadn't completely disappeared, and they were still widely spread knowledge in the runic world. Round Ball spoke with seriousness. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, his spiritual power detected something, surprising him. Inside the mountain, a sphere composed entirely of runes floated, emitting a faint light. What is this? Wang Ting was surprised. What is what? Round Ball thought that Wang Ting was talking to it, so it asked curiously. Nothing. One found something interesting. Wang Ting smiled and didn't pay further attention to Round Ball. His gaze focused on the runic sphere suspended within the mountain. This runic sphere was located at the center of the mountain and was still quite a distance away from Wang Ting's spiritual power. Moving his spiritual sense within the mountain was no simple task. It felt like navigating through a muddy swamp, challenging to move a fraction of an inch. Chapter 2166. Poking it a few times naturally evoked a reaction. 2. Wang Ting had to halt, slowly moving his spiritual power toward the runic sphere. This runic sphere was like a peerless beauty lying there, tempting yet unapproachable, leaving an itch in the heart. Wang Ting sensed that this runic sphere was definitely not ordinary. It might be the core of the spiritual hollow mountain's runes, otherwise, why hadn't it appeared earlier? Instead, it emerged in this central location. Oh! The president uttered a soft exclamation, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Not far away, Ruler Lias also widened his eyes, focusing his gaze on Wang Ting. What happened? The God Stage presence on the flame throne asked in confusion. That kid has stopped at the core of the spiritual hollow mountain, the dean explained. The core of the spiritual hollow mountain. There was a sharp glint in the eyes of the 2 God Stage martial warriors. Suddenly they became intrigued. Why did Wang Ting stop again? Among the crowd below, people like Tong An expressed bewilderment. They initially thought Wang Ting was about to catch up, but unexpectedly, he stopped at a crucial moment. Occam frowned. He couldn't quite comprehend Wang Ting's actions. It didn't seem like he had reached his limit. Instead, it looked like he was observing something. What was this kid up to? Many onlookers revealed expressions of astonishment. With the diminishing number of participants on the spiritual hollow mountain, Wang Ting naturally drew more attention. Everyone was now watching him closely, especially when he suddenly stopped climbing at this critical juncture. As everyone was exerting their final bits of strength to climb to the summit, Wang Ting suddenly came to a halt, leaving everyone astonished. Time passed on the spiritual hollow mountain. Wang Ting spent half a day painstakingly probing the location of the runic sphere with his spiritual power. The closer he got, the more he realized the runic sphere was surprisingly large, not as small and delicate as it appeared from a distance. He took a deep breath and, without hesitation, used his spiritual power to probe the runic sphere right in front of him. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, more intense than the previous encounter with the runes. This time, the reaction was violent. Wang Ting's spiritual power was instantly repelled, causing a shock wave in his mind and leaving his complexion pale. F***K. He couldn't help but curse, attempting to cover his head, but both of his hands were firmly clinging to the rock wall, making it impossible to move. It was so uncomfortable. The shock just now directly targeted his spiritual body, nearly shaking his soul out of its confines. He didn't expect the protective mechanism of the runic sphere to be so strong. Wang Ting immediately mobilized his spiritual power, circulating it a few times to soothe the pain in his mind before looking back toward the direction of the runic sphere. Several attribute bubbles were floating there. Thank goodness! Thank goodness! Wang Ting felt fortunate. He didn't endure that brutal impact for nothing. He carefully controlled his spiritual power and secretly stretched his evil hand toward the attribute bubbles. Ancient Runes * 600 Ancient Runes * 500 Spiritual Hollow Mountain * 300 Cosmos Realm Spirit * U Ancient Runes * 450 Spiritual Hollow Mountain * 200 Spiritual Hollow Mountain. A sharp glint appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. He had picked up the runes of the spiritual hollow mountain. In an instant, a peculiar scene unfolded in his mind, where countless runes converged to form a majestic mountain. At the center of this mountain was a spherical formation made entirely of runes. This was the spiritual hollow mountain. Evidently, this was the construction method of the spiritual hollow mountain. Unfortunately, the runes on it were extremely complex and numerous. Up to this point, Wang Ting had only managed to grasp a portion of them. Spiritual Hollow Mountain 500/10,000 Foundation. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes, and it seemed as if the phantom image of a mountain appeared in them. This was a restrictive mountain, not only serving as a testing ground but also capable of being used to crush people. Yes, crush people. For some reason, upon obtaining the insights of the spiritual hollow mountain, Wang Ting's first thought was to use it to crush people. According to the description of these insights, Wang Ting knew that the spiritual hollow mountain could not only be used to construct weapons but also could transform into a form of spiritual attack. However, the latter was more challenging, akin to constructing a spiritual maze. The more intricate the spiritual maze, the more spiritual power it would consume. And with countless runes on the spiritual hollow mountain, constructing them all would undoubtedly require an incredibly terrifying amount of spiritual power. Wang Ting didn't think too much. The construction of the spiritual hollow mountain was a huge surprise for him. Without much contemplation, Wang Ting decided to take advantage of this opportunity, even if it meant enduring another potential backlash. Wang Ting took a deep breath, controlled his spiritual power, and gradually approached the runic sphere. With determination, he bit the bullet and thrust his spiritual power forward. Boom! The tremor struck again, leaving Wang Ting feeling worse. Several attribute bubbles popped up once again, and Wang Ting immediately collected them. He then retracted his spiritual power as if he had been electrocuted. It was painful. After taking a moment to recover, he looked at the newly acquired attribute bubbles. Great, there were more spiritual hollow mountain attribute bubbles as well as some spirit attributes. This could alleviate the exhaustion of his spiritual power. His complexion had initially turned somewhat pale, but with the influx of these spiritual attributes, a rosy tint returned to his face. The onlookers were stunned. His face changed from pale to rosy. What on earth was happening? Was he running a dyeing workshop? Wang Ting continued his risky endeavor, repeatedly thrusting his spiritual power toward the rune sphere, experiencing both pain and pleasure. His facial expressions kept changing, leaving people puzzled. Tong En and the others were initially worried, but seeing him in this state, they eventually became speechless. Was this guy playing around with them? On the other hand, the president and others wore solemn expressions. They seemed to sense something, and all their gazes focused on Wang Ting. Even the strong individuals who were originally paying attention to Yuan Mu and others redirected their attention to Wang Ting. As time passed, Wang Ting finally gave up. It seemed like he had played with the rune sphere too much. No matter how he teased or prodded, the runic sphere showed no signs of producing more attribute bubbles. There was no choice but to give up. Letting out a regretful sigh, Wang Ting glanced at the attributes board. Spiritual Hollow Mountain, 1100/30,000 well-versed. It has reached the well-versed stage. Wang Ting was a little surprised. He didn't expect this. After all, farming attributes just now was too difficult. The foundation stage required 10,000 attribute points, a feat not easily achieved. It appeared that although the rune sphere was somewhat arrogant, it did respond after being prodded. Poking it a few times naturally evoked a reaction. Wang Ting glanced at his spiritual power attributes once again, feeling a burst of joy. He was at the perfected stage. His spirit attribute had reached the perfected cosmos stage. Spirit 200000/200000 Cosmos Realm. This was a huge surprise. Even before entering the spiritual Hollow Mountain, Wang Ting's spiritual power had experienced a sudden surge. Yet, after entering the spiritual Hollow Mountain, his spiritual power unexpectedly increased again, reaching the perfected stage. Moreover, Wang Ting felt that his spiritual power had somehow become more solid. He hadn't noticed it earlier, but now, as he stopped prodding the rune sphere, his spiritual power had completely calmed down, and he could sense this subtle change. Who said the spiritual Hollow Mountain was a torturous place? Clearly, it was a treasure trove. Wang Ting marveled for a moment, then continued his ascent to the mountaintop. There was nothing worth lingering for here, and it was time for him to unleash his potential. His climbing speed suddenly increased, and, of course, he didn't forget to continue collecting attribute bubbles. He hadn't harvested this area yet, and naturally, he couldn't easily let it pass. As Wang Ting's speed accelerated, a figure appeared ahead. It was Reynolds. Seeing Wang Ting, Reynolds couldn't help but be stunned. "I thought you had given up," Reynolds gasped, his eyes filled with astonishment. "I'm just getting started." Wang Ting smiled faintly, surpassing him and disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Damn, what is this? So fast." Reynolds widened his eyes, wearing an expression of incredulity. Chapter 2167 I am the peak. Wang Ting started to increase his speed. He surpassed Reynolds in an instant and closed in on the ascending Tai Beisha. Within the spiritual Hollow Mountain, her wings were rendered useless, yet to everyone's surprise, she persevered and ascended even higher than Reynolds. Many Eternal Stage martial warriors noticed this talent from the Feather race. Still, given the scarcity of light element martial warriors, The formidable figures from various academies could only shake their heads in regret. Catching up, Wang Ting laid eyes on Tai Beisha's silhouette. Those distinctive wings made her instantly recognizable. Tai Beisha heard the commotion below and looked down in surprise. "Till go ahead." Wang Ting grinned slightly, effortlessly overtaking from the side. Tai Beisha's pupils contracted. How could he be so fast? Did the spiritual hollow mountain have no influence on him? Little did they know, Wang Ting had already unraveled the mysteries of the spiritual hollow mountain. Every step he took was on a runic node, and though the constraining force persisted, it was considerably weaker than for others. Coupled with Wang Ting's terrifying innate talent, his speed naturally outstripped theirs by a significant margin. Gasp! There was an uproar in the plaza of the Grand Universe Hall. Wang Ting's sudden burst of speed caught everyone off guard. Many had assumed he was struggling or, at the very least, would find it challenging to surpass the earlier prodigies. Yet, he unleashed his full potential only at the end, leaving everyone puzzled about what he had been doing before. In the sky above, the president's eyes revealed a strange expression as he remarked, "It seems he has truly deciphered it." He deciphered the spiritual hollow mountain? Eternal stage powerhouses around expressed surprise, finding it somewhat unbelievable. However, Wang Ting's current speed was undeniably abnormal, not typical of someone who had just entered the spiritual hollow mountain. Is Wang Ting a rune master too? Many people guessed. Even if he is a saint-level rune master, it would be challenging to decipher the spiritual hollow mountain. Wang Ting hasn't reached that level. How did he manage it? Another eternal stage ruler questioned. This little fellow is really surprising, the God-stage martial warrior on the flame throne commented. For these powerhouses, very few things could surprise them, especially when it came to a group of new students. Even if they possessed high talent, it shouldn't be enough to amaze these seasoned individuals. However, Wang Ting repeatedly astonished them, whether it was the comprehensive attributes earlier or now deciphering the spiritual hollow mountain. Both occurrences were enough to leave them surprised. The simultaneous appearance of these two feats in one person was even more unbelievable. Wang Ting's talent was indeed extraordinary. Each event increased their focus on Wang Ting, and almost all the gazes of the powerhouses were now concentrated on him, while the other geniuses seemed to fade into the background. Yuan Mu, Zhulong Shan, and others were still unaware of this harsh reality, diligently climbing the spiritual hollow mountain. Wang Ting spotted Feng Mo's figure and casually surpassed him. Feng Mo, not expecting it to be Wang Ting, stiffened at the sight, as if he had seen a ghost. Next, Wang Ting began a frenzied overtaking spree. One by one, Wang Ting surpassed the other talents, including Baichuan Lu, Borat, Lu Tian, and many others. Wang Ting, Borat, and Yu Yunxian were stunned when they saw Wang Ting. But soon, they understood. Wang Ting's talent was beyond question, and his current surge to the front was in line with his past performances. However, what astonished them was Wang Ting's speed. It was too fast. How could he be this quick? Did the spiritual hollow mountain have no effect on him? At this moment, Wang Ting had become a dazzling scenery on the spiritual hollow mountain. He was too conspicuous. When everyone was approaching their limits, each step feeling incredibly difficult, there was one person who seemed like an exuberant husky, frolicking around as if just waking up. This situation was both shocking and somewhat perplexing. Lu Tian's eyes flickered. He looked at Wang Ting's back view and sighed in his heart. His pride had taken a hit in the face of this individual. Wang Ting continued to ascend. However, after a while, he noticed the absence of other figures, which surprised him. "Looks like there aren't many left," he muttered to himself. "Even Yu Yunxian, Lu Tian, and the others got surpassed by you. There must be only a few people left," Roundball said. Wang Ting nodded. 2 hours later, Wang Ting finally spotted a figure. Wu Yen was gritting his teeth, enduring the climb when he suddenly sensed movement behind him, and turned to look. Brother Wu Yen, remember what you said? Wang Ting looked at him and smiled. Wu Yen. Damn, how did this jerk catch up? He thought Wang Ting had given up, only to have him reappear when he was almost unable to continue. That smirk on his face made Wu Yen want to pick up a stone from the spiritual hollow mountain and hurl it at him. Wang Ting quickly caught up, climbing alongside Wu Yen. What were you doing down there? Wu Yen asked, noticing Wang Ting's speed and unable to suppress his curiosity. This guy had plenty of energy left, yet he only caught up now. I let you guys climb first. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun if you lost right from the beginning, Wang Ting replied casually. Wu Yen facepalmed, utterly annoyed. He took a deep breath to restrain the urge to throw something at Wang Ting. Chapter 2168 I am the peak. 2. Unfortunately, you guys are still too slow. I waited for half the day, and you only climbed here. Wang Ting sighed, shook his head, and said, Well, I better head to the summit early and go home for dinner. Bye. Wang Ting's figure quickly disappeared before Wu Yan's eyes. He came fast and left fast. Wu Yan's expression seemed constipated. He remained silent for a while before finally uttering a word, Damn. Ha ha ha. Round Ball laughed heartily in Wang Ting's mind. Wang Ting, you're ruthless. You didn't see his expression just now. It was so funny. Wang Ting smiled. Playing cool and then running away indeed felt satisfying. But this Wu Yen was asking for it. Since Wu Ming handed him over, he had to reluctantly discipline him. The monotonous climbing process continued. 3 hours later, the figure of Zhulong Shan appeared ahead. Muscles bulged all over his body, and sweat covered his forehead, yet he persisted, teeth clenched. His eyes flickered with a dark red glow, as if a pillar of magma was about to erupt. This surprised Wang Ting. In terms of strength, Zhulong Shan was definitely not on par with Wu Yen. However, he unexpectedly climbed higher than Wu Yen. Wang Ting gave him some recognition but still had to surpass him. He quickly caught up and smiled at Zhulong Shan. Zhulong Shan was stunned. Was he having an illusion? To see the person he least wanted to see here. Wang Ting. A somewhat hoarse voice came out from Zhulong Shan. You're not climbing fast enough, Wang Ting said casually and then passed him directly. Zhulong Shan finally confirmed that this wasn't an illusion. He gritted his teeth, wanting to chase after Wang Ting, but the speed made him feel powerless and bewildered. At this time, how could Wang Ting's speed still be so fast? This was a question not only in Zhulong Shan's mind but also in the minds of the geniuses who had seen Wang Ting before. Unfortunately, they had no idea why it happened. Damn it! Zhulong Shan watched Wang Ting disappear before his eyes, a sense of unwillingness surging in his heart. Unable to hold back, he pounded a fist against the mountain wall. The last one. Only Yuan Mu is left. Judging by this trend, Wang Ting should be able to catch up soon. This is too abnormal. In just a short time, he surpassed so many talented warriors. Was Wang Ting playing around before? On the plaza of the Grand Universe Hall, everyone wasn't surprised when they saw Wang Ting surpassing Zhulong Shan. However, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Occam's face turned black. The burst of power from Wang Ting completely exceeded his expectations. With that kid's speed, Yuan Mu might not be guaranteed a stable victory. There was even a good chance he would lose. This wasn't the result he wanted to see. Yuan Mu had already lost on the freshman leaderboard. If Wang Ting continued to outperform him on the spiritual hollow mountain, it would mean that the other's talent truly surpassed the divine constellation physique. The divine constellation physique carried a prestigious reputation. If it were to be defeated by Wang Ting, it would undoubtedly cause a huge stir, likely something people couldn't accept. Occam involuntarily clenched his fists. Before, he believed Yuan Mu would surely defeat Wang Ting. Now, it seemed like he might have to face the embarrassment. The president and others were not surprised by this result. They were more interested in whether Wang Ting could reach the summit. As for Yuan Mu, who was leading earlier, many felt regretful. This individual possessed the divine constellation physique and undoubtedly had good talent, but unfortunately, he was being suppressed by the monstrous Wang Ting. On the divine mountain, Yuan Mu was situated at the highest point. At this moment, he had to pause to rest, and then couldn't help but look down below. He was approaching his limit, and he wondered about the people behind him. Wang Ting won't be able to catch up, right? At this moment, a faint smile finally appeared on Yuan Mu's face, but it quickly faded as he looked toward the summit, furrowing his brow. It seemed there was still a considerable distance to the mountaintop. This mountain felt incredibly strange to him. The summit was clearly in sight, yet no matter how he climbed, he couldn't get any closer. Monotonous, tasteless, with an unattainable goal. It was a torment to the heart of every climber. Even for someone as resolute as Yuan Mu, facing such an insurmountable peak inevitably bred a hint of discouragement in his heart. Should he give up just like this? Yuan Mu took a deep breath. His expression became resolute again as he adjusted his mindset and continued to climb upward. However, at this moment, a figure silently appeared behind Yuan Mu. This time, Wang Ting deliberately kept his voice at the lowest volume, preparing to give Yuan Mu a surprise. Quietly approaching from behind, Yuan Mu was completely unaware. He remained focused on his climb. In the outside world, at such a close distance, Yuan Mu would have long detected Wang Ting. But within the spiritual hollow mountain, everything was restricted. Coupled with Yuan Mu's significant exhaustion, he was unable to notice Wang Ting at all. On the plaza of the Grand Universe Hall, many people's expressions turned strange when they saw Wang Ting creeping toward Yuan Mu. What was this guy up to? Occam's expression subtly changed as his gaze remained fixed on Wang Ting. He really caught up, and judging by his demeanor, it seemed effortless, with no sign of difficulty on his face. It indicated that he hadn't reached his limit yet. Chapter 2169 I Am the Peak. 3. On the contrary, Yuan Mu, though still persevering, was at the end of his strength. The difference between the two was crystal clear. On the spiritual hollow mountain, Wang Ting finally arrived beneath Yuan Mu and abruptly uttered a voice, "Hello." Yuan Mu never expected to hear another voice here. His hand trembled, nearly causing him to roll down the mountain. His face turned pale and his heart raced. What a close call! He breathed a sigh of relief, his heart still pounding. Then, with an unpleasant expression, he looked down. Below him, a figure appeared, smiling and looking up at him. Wang Ting. Yuan Mu's pupils contracted, his expression growing even more grim. Why was he here? This situation completely exceeded Yuan Mu's expectations. He always thought he was the most talented among the new students. Yet now, Wang Ting had caught up and was just a hair's breadth away. Didn't this indicate that Wang Ting's talent was comparable to his? Satisfying his morbid sense of humor, Wang Ting didn't say much more. He directly overtook Yuan Mu at an incredibly fast speed and continued climbing upward. Yuan Mu's expression changed slightly, and his pupils sharply contracted. That's impossible. Why, when they had reached such a height, did Wang Ting still seem so at ease? He didn't look like someone who had been climbing for more than 10 days. Goodbye. Take your time climbing. I'll go ahead. Wang Ting's voice echoed from above. Yuan Mu looked up, only to see Wang Ting unexpectedly turning back, waving casually at him with an extremely relaxed demeanor. Silence. Yuan Mu immediately gritted his teeth, wanting to accelerate and catch up with Wang Ting. However, he overestimated his condition. With an unstable step, not only did he fail to catch up, but he also slid down for a distance. Many onlookers couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at this sight. This was too dangerous. With a slight misstep, Yuan Mu could have fallen directly, and all the progress he had made climbing would have been lost in an instant. Tong En and others couldn't help feeling some sympathy for Yuan Mu. He got the short end of the stick encountering Wang Ting. Darn it! Yuan Mu's eyes revealed intense unwillingness. He clenched his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. His once handsome and aloof face now appeared somewhat ferocious. He didn't give up. Step by step, he chased after Wang Ting's figure but watched in despair as Wang Ting grew farther away. What is despair? This is it. At first, he thought that the other party was weaker than him, only to realize that the other party didn't treat him as his opponent at all. Because the gap was too vast, he couldn't even keep up with the others back. A strong sense of hopelessness emerged in Yuan Mu's heart. For the first time since he debuted, he faced such a significant setback. Wang Ting was unaware of the massive blow he dealt to Yuan Mu. He continued climbing towards the summit. He was the only one left and there was no one ahead to block his step. Only the peak, like a deity towering above, overlooked this climber. And what Wang Ting had to do now was conquer this mountain, conquer this peak. I want to see if you can stop my footsteps. Wang Ting chuckled inwardly, his expression remarkably calm. His body resembled an extraordinarily agile divine ape. Each swift move allowed him to cross vast distances. In the plaza of the Grand Universe Hall, everyone's gaze was on Wang Ting. They were flabbergasted. Fast. Why is he still so fast? Doesn't he get tired at all? F***K. Was he a bug? Report. I want to report. This guy must be cheating. At this rate, Wang Ting should be able to reach the summit, right? Silence. The crowd fell silent. Indeed, at this speed, Wang Ting seemed highly likely to reach the summit. Achieving what even the judges couldn't do? Could Wang Ting really do it? Everyone stared fixedly at Wang Ting's figure, watching him step by step approach the peak of the spiritual hollow mountain. They all involuntarily held their breath. Could Wang Ting create a miracle? As time passed, another day went by. While everyone was focused on Wang Ting, Yuan Mu had already reached his limit. His consciousness blurred, but he continued to climb subconsciously. His arms stretched out, unable to grasp the mountain wall anymore, and he fell. He struggled to open his eyes, filled with reluctance. The scenery on either side rapidly receded, and he desperately looked towards the mountaintop. The summit was still there, but he had no chance anymore. He wanted to find Wang Ting's figure, but he couldn't even see the others back. He was filled with unwillingness. This time, he was completely defeated by that guy, and he could find no excuses to refute it. Inferior in strength and talent. In front of that guy, what pride did he have? Admirable! The president shook his head and waved his big hand. As Yuan Mu was about to crash to the ground, he made him disappear within the spiritual hollow mountain. The two God Stage martial warriors nodded and shook their heads. Normally, Yuan Mu's brilliance would have been dazzling even if he couldn't reach the peak. However, now, overshadowed by Wang Ting's brilliance, Yuan Mu's light was completely concealed. In front of a radiant sun, how could ordinary starlight attract attention? Many Eternal Stage powerhouses were eager to make a move. God Stage powerhouses might not be interested, but having Yuan Mu as a disciple would still be excellent. Chapter 2170 I am the peak. 4. As for Wang Ting, they had completely given up. That guy was too monstrous. He must be under the watchful eyes of the president and the God Stage beings of the academy now. They had no chance. Yuan Mu was sent to Occam's side. The other party's expression was gloomy, but he still took out a pill and fed it to Yuan Mu. Before long, Yuan Mu gradually regained consciousness. Seeing the surroundings, he couldn't help but be stunned. He had returned to the Grand Universe Hall Plaza. Then he quickly realized, He had reached his limit and couldn't climb any further. A sense of unwillingness surged in his heart, and his expression became extremely bleak. "Wang Ting, has he come out?" Yuan Mu asked. "He's still in the Divine Space Mountain," Occam said coldly. "Still inside." Yuan Mu struggled to get up, immediately looking towards the spiritual hollow mountain. Indeed, he found Wang Ting's figure. Then his expression changed drastically. From the outside perspective, Wang Ting was already very close to the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain. That guy was about to reach the peak. Yuan Mu clenched his fist, his nails deeply piercing into his palm without him even noticing. Why could Wang Ting achieve it while he couldn't? How could the divine constellation physique lose to someone else? Countless questions surfaced in his mind, causing his thoughts to become chaotic, almost driving him mad. Time passed again. On the spiritual hollow mountain, Wang Ting gazed at the summit above, his eyes shimmering. Finally, we're almost there. At this point, he could feel his limit. Although he had unraveled the mysteries of the spiritual hollow mountain, at most, he only alleviated the pressure by using runic node. It wasn't a true liberation from the shackles of the spiritual hollow mountain. He couldn't do it now. Even if he was a saint rune master, he wouldn't be able to do it. Climbing to this height, his force, spirit, and more were almost at their limits. He even used all kinds of talents, activating different physiques in his body to sustain him until now. It could be said that even without unraveling the mysteries of the spiritual hollow mountain, Wang Ting's sheer force, spirit, and talent were enough to crush Yuan Mu. "I didn't expect this." The president sighed. "After so many years, there's still someone who can reach the peak of the spiritual hollow mountain. They don't know that if they truly climb using force, spirit, talent, etc., Cosmos stage martial warriors simply cannot reach the summit of this spiritual hollow mountain," the entity on the flame throne chuckled. "President, your tricks are as evil as always. You gave them an unattainable goal," the person on the lightning throne complained. Every generation of students had fallen for the president's schemes. Unfortunately, all the students foolishly fell into the president's carefully laid trap. They sought not only the mystery reward at the end but also to prove themselves. After all, which genius wouldn't want to reach the pinnacle and become a revered figure? The president undoubtedly understood the psychology of these talented warriors, leading them all to climb toward the mountain's peak. Ha ha ha, the president couldn't help but burst into laughter, his voice slowly echoing, "Only by working hard can they reach a higher position. One hope they can understand this truth." The two God Stage martial warriors nodded. "But this kid really surprised us. He actually reached this seemingly unattainable goal," remarked the entity on the lightning throne. "He found another way, sort of cheating," the entity on the flame throne said wryly. "This is the second one, right? The one back then also did something similar. Their runic talents are quite extraordinary," the entity on the lightning throne added. "Runic talent can be considered a form of innate ability. It doesn't count as cheating," the president chuckled. But compared to the previous one, who stumbled upon the secrets of the spiritual hollow mountain in advance, Wang Ting's achievement is more commendable. As the president and others discussed, 3 more hours passed, and Wang Ting's face turned slightly pale. However, he finally reached the summit. Gripping the platform at the mountain's peak, he executed a somersault and landed steadily at the highest point. Puff! A deep exhale escaped from Wang Ting's lips. Standing at the summit, he gazed down at the spiritual hollow mountain below. A sense of accomplishment surged within him. He had succeeded. He had conquered the spiritual hollow mountain. "I am at the peak." The onlookers below, their eyes squinting against the dazzling radiance of the figure at the mountain's peak, felt a complex mix of emotions. It was as if they were witnessing an intense brilliance that defied description. Wang Ting had reached the summit. Once again, he had created a miracle. Wang Ting smiled faintly, standing tall at the mountain's peak. His heart swelled with an unprecedented sense of openness. However, before he could fully savor the moment, he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. In an instant, he involuntarily disappeared from his position. F***K. Chapter 2171. There are mountains beyond mountains and skies beyond skies. Wang Ting reached the peak of the spiritual hollow mountain. Everyone was flabbergasted. Yuan Mu, Zhulong Shan, and the others were filled with unwillingness. Wu Yen, Lu Tian, Baichuan Lu, and the other talented martial warriors were in awe too. This guy was truly extraordinary. Though they were reluctant to admit it, they were indeed trailing behind Wang Ting by a considerable margin. Only when observed from the outside did they realize the vast distance still separating them from the mountaintop. They were simply unable to reach the summit. Yet, Wang Ting had achieved the impossible. He surpassed them all, climbing to the pinnacle, a feat beyond the reach of all geniuses. Such a disparity left many prodigies feeling powerless. On the other side, the president and the two God-stage martial warriors were surprised. He had reached the peak. Amazing! The young man completely deciphered the spiritual hollow mountain on his own, surpassing even the previous genius who had accomplished a similar feat in a lightning element, earth element, and metal element martial warrior. I can teach this brat. The God-stage martial warrior on the lightning throne slapped the armrest and said loudly. Wang Ting has a divine flame. A fire element martial warrior like me is the most suitable to guide him. The God-stage martial warrior on the fire throne chuckled. What's the big deal with the divine flame? My lightning, earth, and metal powers are immensely powerful. Coupled with my profound techniques, I can make him a formidable force, boasted the God-stage martial warrior on the lightning throne. Your words are biased. His possession of the divine flame is an advantage, and it would be unwise to ignore it. If he combines it with my techniques and martial arts, his divine flame will exhibit its greatest power, far surpassing ordinary lightning forces, argued the God-stage martial warrior on the flame throne. The surrounding eternal stage powerhouses were left stunned. Just as Wang Ting reached the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain, the two God-stage powerhouses were already eager to compete to be his master. Such a situation was extremely rare in the history of the Seventh Stellar Academy. No, it should be said that such situations were extremely rare in the history of the Seven Stellar Academies. Only those truly peerless geniuses could compel God-stage powerhouses to set aside their pride and vie for discipleship. No need to argue, one have decided to personally take Wang Ting as my disciple, said the president of the Seventh Stellar Academy, gently stroking his beard with a smile. The two God-stage martial warriors were shocked. The eternal stage martial warriors around them looked at the president in astonishment too. The president hadn't personally taken a disciple for a long time. This time, he was making an exception for Wang Ting. Sikong II couldn't help but be amazed when he saw this scene. Wang Ting was impressive. When he learned that the other had ascended to the star rankings, he knew that the rise of this young genius was only a matter of time. However, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Becoming the president's disciple would significantly elevate Wang Ting's identity and background. Many major forces would start to regard him with a hint of apprehension, and older generation powerhouses might hesitate to act against him. Wang Ting would also gain considerable growth time with this status. President, you have many things to attend to every day. Don't tire yourself out. Leave this hard work to us, the being on the flame throne said. That's right. President, you're the face of the Seventh Stellar Academy, overseeing everything. Teaching disciples is a trivial matter that doesn't require your personal attention, added the powerhouse on the lightning throne. The president could only laugh wryly. Just as he was about to say something, his brow suddenly furrowed. On the mountaintop of the spiritual hollow mountain, Wang Ting's figure unexpectedly vanished. The president and the two God-stage martial warriors exchanged glances with one another. Rising from their thrones, they seemed to have a sudden realization. What happened? The eternal stage martial warriors around were greatly surprised, furrowing their brows as they looked toward the mountaintop of the spiritual hollow mountain. Why did Wang Ting disappear? Tong En and the others were still in shock. They were stunned when Wang Ting suddenly disappeared. Yuan Mu, Zhulong Shan, and the others didn't know what happened either. They stared at the peak of the mountain with puzzled expressions. Did Wang Ting go to claim the mysterious reward? Only the president and the others knew that the so-called mystery reward was just a diversion. In reality, it wasn't at the mountaintop of the spiritual hollow mountain. If someone truly reached the summit, the president wouldn't mind presenting some items as a reward for the achievement. For beings of their caliber, even a small token would be considered a rare treasure to ordinary Cosmos stage martial warriors. At this moment, the president and the others wore extremely grave expressions, indicating that Wang Ting's disappearance had nothing to do with them. I heard that the creator of the spiritual hollow mountain left behind some tricks. The God-stage entity on the flame throne contemplated for a moment, hesitatingly speaking. This information was ancient, obscure, and known to very few. Some even regarded it as mere rumor, as no one had truly triggered it. Even the last genius who reached the summit didn't activate any hidden mechanisms at the mountaintop. As time passed, many had forgotten about this piece of information. Even though every batch of freshmen would use the spiritual hollow mountain for their test, no one thought of the small tricks hidden inside. Upon hearing this, the president seemed to recall something, his eyes flashing with a hint of shock. It seems that Wang Ting indeed triggered the hidden mechanism in the spiritual hollow mountain. The two God-stage martial warriors glanced at each other. They were even more astounded. Do you know what the triggering conditions are? The God-stage entity on the flame throne inquired. No one knows. The president regretfully shook his head. His eyes flashed with a glint of brilliance, staring deeply at the spiritual hollow mountain. Come, let's take a look. As he spoke, he vanished from his original position and appeared instantly at the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain. The two God-stage entities, with a hint of curiosity in their eyes, followed the president into the spiritual hollow mountain, directly arriving at the peak. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were astonished. What on earth was happening? Even the president and the others personally ascended to the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain. From the looks of the president and the others, it seemed that they were also unaware of what was going on. Could it be that there was no reward? Many people were left puzzled. They had no idea about the mysteries of the spiritual hollow mountain. No matter how they speculated, they couldn't fathom that Wang Ting had triggered some hidden mechanism in the spiritual hollow mountain. The only thing they could guess was that it was definitely not simple, as it had alarmed the president and the others. Yuan Mu, Zhulong Shan, and the others blinked continuously. They felt uneasy, wondering if Wang Ting was about to stir up trouble again. They had already been hit hard, and they didn't want to face another setback. Tong En and the others discussed in low voices. They didn't know what happened either. Why do one feel like Wang Ting is about to cause trouble again? Yu Qiqiao mused, speaking with a sense of foreboding. Everyone felt speechless. The way you're talking, it sounds like Wang Ting frequently causes trouble. How much distrust do you have for him? But, after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was true. Whenever Wang Ting was mentioned, it invariably brought to mind his penchant for mischief, like he was never at peace. Wang Ting looked around in confusion. He found himself at the foot of another mountain. Looking up, he was surprised to see a peak even higher and steeper than the spiritual hollow mountain. What was going on? Hadn't he just climbed to the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain? Why was he now at the foot of another mountain? This mountain in front of him was clearly not the spiritual hollow mountain, but it gave him a familiar feeling. There seemed to be some kind of binding force, preventing flight and confining him within the mountain's range. However, it was different. The two mountains were not the same. Oh my God! Wang Ting raised his hand to his forehead, gazing at the mountain's peak in silence. What is this? Are they making me climb again? He had just finished climbing the spiritual hollow mountain, and before he could even rejoice, it seemed he was about to embark on another ascent. This felt like a joke. No, wait. Wang Ting suddenly furrowed his brows, examining his own body with a serious expression. This is not my real body. It's just a spiritual projection. Someone had silently transported his spiritual form to this place, but his physical body remained in an unknown location. Even Wang Ting, typically calm and collected, felt a bit uneasy in this situation. He was brought here for no reason and his spirit left his body. No one would be able to accept this. Taking 2 deep breaths to maintain composure, he scanned the surroundings. The place seemed eerily similar to the previous situation. The surroundings were indeed similar to the previous scenario, with a solitary mountain and a vast emptiness. This mountain seemed to float in the depths of the universe. This scene reminded Wang Ting of a saying. There are mountains beyond mountains and skies beyond skies. Wasn't this mountain in front of him another peak beyond the spiritual hollow mountain? Wasn't this sky around him an even greater expanse? So, was he going to continue climbing the mountain? Wang Ting felt a bit exasperated. Just when he thought he had finished climbing the spiritual hollow mountain, he was being forced to embark on another ascent. He couldn't take it anymore. Also, climbing this mountain might be dangerous. Approaching the edge, he peered down. Rocks tumbled, but no sound reached his ears. It seemed like an endless abyss below. If he were to fall during the climb, he would undoubtedly face certain death. Moreover, he had no idea what this mountain was all about. Perhaps it had nothing to do with the talent test of the academy. Climbing this mountain might be a futile endeavor. Wang Ting decided to sit cross-legged at the foot of the mountain, closing his eyes to meditate. Regardless of the circumstances, he refused to climb. If someone could silently transport his spiritual form here without him resisting, then resisting might be futile if something happened. Furthermore, the 7th Stellar Academy's president and other powerful figures were outside the spiritual hollow mountain. If he vanished inexplicably, they would surely take action. So, he waited. At the foot of the mountain, life seemed to return to the surroundings due to Wang Ting's appearance. But, as he sat like a stone, the area fell back into silence. At the mountain's summit, a figure clad in simple garments sat cross-legged, facing the distant void, seemingly lost in contemplation. Motionless like a carved stone statue, the person remained in that position. After countless ages, someone has finally arrived at this place. After an indeterminate period, a hint of emotion flickered in their eyes, accompanied by a soft sigh. But, lowering their head, as if observing the situation at the mountain's base, a faint smile graced their lips. Quite an interesting little fellow. Chapter 2172, Spirit Torture. 1. Wang Ting sat cross-legged at the mountain's base, facing the abyss below. He focused on his breath, paying no heed to the surroundings. This place was too desolate. If he stayed here for too long, he feared he might grow restless, perhaps even subconsciously compelled to climb that mountain. Because climbing was the only way out, there was a restraining force on the mountain, preventing anyone from leaving its confines. Either they would fall directly down or they would climb. As long as one's mind was intact, the first thought that would come to mind was climbing. But Wang Ting deliberately chose not to do so. He opted for the third option, staying put. This choice seemed more prudent. Someone must have brought me here. I'll stay put and see how they handle it, Wang Ting thought to himself. Could it be a powerful individual from the academy? Adding another test for me? It doesn't feel right though. The president is right there. If a strong individual used a method to teleport me away, they would at least notify me. I wonder if the president and the others will come to rescue me. Is shouting for help useful now? Various thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind. He realized that he couldn't practice here, so that left him with nothing to do but daydream. The recent climb up the spiritual hollow mountain had left his spirit extremely exhausted and weakened. At the moment, he had no desire to move. Otherwise, with his personality, he might have tried climbing the mountain. During Wang Ting's wait, time slowly passed. But in this place, time seemed to have no concept. It felt like a day had passed, yet it also felt like 3 days. Everything appeared exceptionally dull, and Wang Ting felt that the mental fatigue he had experienced was somewhat relieved. It wasn't due to cultivation, just a result of resting. So, Wang Ting believed that his choice was very wise. He should rest here. Climbing? It was tiring. Previously, climbing spiritual hollow mountain was unavoidable. But this mountain? Who knew if there were any rewards? Unfortunately, the president he eagerly awaited never appeared, leaving him quite disappointed. President, please save me. Save your adorable student. With my excellent talent, not saving me is a loss for the 7th Stellar Academy, Wang Ting muttered to himself. On top of the mountain, the figure chuckled and shook his head. This kid had quite the personality. Little one, climb up here, and you can formally become my disciple. A voice filled with age suddenly echoed in Wang Ting's ears. Wang Ting was momentarily stunned, abruptly opening his eyes and looking around. However, he furrowed his brow quickly because there was no sign of anyone around. Then, he raised his head, gazing toward the mountaintop, lost in thought. The person just now seemed to have said that he could become his disciple. Climb up and I can become his disciple? Wang Ting's expression turned somewhat peculiar, unsure whether this was real or not. This was the same trick as the president. With the president, it was a mystery reward, and here it was becoming a disciple. But Wang Ting still didn't know the other person's strength, and accepting him as his master seemed a bit hasty. Elder One have already reached the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain. I can have a god stage martial warrior as my master. Wang Ting's eyes turned, and he respectfully bowed towards the mountaintop, honestly stating. His intention was clear. He could already find a god stage martial warrior as his master. If the elder's strength was weaker than the god stage, there was no need for further discussion. Of course, this was all his fabrication. He didn't know that a god stage martial warrior wanted to take him in as his disciple. However, he believed that based on his performance on Spiritual Hollow Mountain, even if the god stage martial warrior didn't take him in as his disciple, an eternal stage ruler would. It wouldn't be any worse. If the figure on this mountain was a god stage existence, then he would consider it. However, if not, there was no need to climb another mountain. God stage? The figure chuckled and said, My ability is naturally above your god stage. Above the god stage. Wang Ting seemed to detect a hint of disdain in the figure's voice. Suddenly, his whole body shook, and a burst of brilliance erupted from his eyes, filled with incredulity. Could this elder be that powerful? Could it be a trick? But thinking about it, the fact that the figure was able to transfer him here in the presence of the president and others could be considered a demonstration of strength. If that's the case, climbing this mountain might not be a bad idea. It felt exciting just thinking about having a formidable martial warrior above the god stage as his master. But I'm a student from the Stellar Academies, Wang Ting hesitated. You brat, you haven't even climbed the mountain yet, and you're already considering so much. Do you think you can make it up here? The figure on the mountaintop laughed and scolded, saying, No matter, as long as you can climb up, everything will be fine. Since Senior says so, then I'll rest assured. Wang Ting grinned, stood up from the ground, and prepared to climb the mountain. However, upon seeing this even more towering and steep mountain in front of him, Wang Ting couldn't help but feel a bit bitter. It was too high. This mountain looked even higher than the spiritual hollow mountain. Now that he was a spiritual entity, the restrictions on this mountain were probably targeted at the spiritual aspect. Since he had already agreed, he stopped hesitating and took a deep breath. He then started climbing up the mountain. He placed his hands on the rock wall. After climbing a mountain for more than 10 days before, he had already become accustomed to it. Climbing had become a skill. He climbed dozens of meters easily. Wang Ting felt a bit puzzled. Apart from that imprisoning force, seemed to have no other challenges. Was it so simple? It was too easy. Although there was restraint, it didn't have much impact. He could maintain a normal climbing speed, unlike the spiritual hollow mountain before, which gave him a feeling of being crushed by a great mountain. Chapter 2173 Spirit Torture 2. This was completely beyond his expectations. The experience of climbing the spiritual hollow mountain before had given him a false impression, making him think that this mountain would be the same. However, reality proved otherwise. Soon, he climbed 1,000 meters and suddenly, a strong wind swept in from all around. This wind seemed to come from nowhere, as if it appeared out of thin air, directly blowing onto his spiritual entity. It's here. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Wang Ting's expression changed, and his face became serious. At the same time, waves of pain spread from his body. This was the wind specifically targeting spiritual entities. He lowered his head to take a look, and there was no trace of injury on his body, but the cutting pain felt substantial. Puff! Another gust of wind blew, and Wang Ting's entire face contorted. He gasped for cold air. Damn, it hurts! Wang Ting gritted his teeth, endured the fierce wind, and continued to climb upward, trying to speed up as much as possible. However, the restrictions of this mountain kept his speed within a certain range, unable to exceed it, forcing him to climb methodically. He didn't know how long he had been climbing, and Wang Ting felt numb all over. Every part of his body was in pain, as if he had been cut 1,000 times. If his willpower hadn't been strong enough, he would be unable to bear it. Just at this moment, the fierce wind suddenly disappeared. Wang Ting was slightly stunned and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness! He was still alive. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck directly at him. What the hell? Wang Ting couldn't help but curse as he endured the thunderous impact. This feeling was simply indescribable. Before, he used to bear lightning strikes with his physical body, but this time, his spiritual entity endured the lightning, which felt even more painful than enduring it with his physical body. What drove him crazy was that right after the fierce wind, lightning followed, providing absolutely no opportunity for rest. Boom! 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 Before Wang Ting could think too much, several bolts of lightning struck again. This time, there were 3 thunderbolts in a row. He was left charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Although the lightning was painful, it was like the fierce wind, leaving no visible marks. Immediately, he snapped back to reality and hurriedly continued climbing. He had almost been stunned just now, forgetting even to climb the mountain. Wang Ting was not foolish. Based on the previous 2 rounds of torment, it seemed that the type of torture would change at regular intervals. For example, it was fierce wind before, followed by lightning. Perhaps next in line would be flames. What he needed to do now was to surpass this region as quickly as possible, or rather, to reach the summit as quickly as possible. This cursed peak was even more torturous than the spiritual hollow mountain. The spiritual hollow mountain only required him to climb, but this mountain was truly a torment. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning struck down, relentlessly pounding Wang Ting's form, making every cell in his body feel an unparalleled agony. The pain levels of the fierce wind and the lightning were comparable, yet entirely different. One was akin to a lacerating pain, and the other a terrifying stabbing sensation. This torment worked on Wang Ting's spiritual entity, intensifying his sensations as if his entire being were on the verge of collapse. After an indeterminate period, the lightning abruptly ceased. Wang Ting was on his guard. He scanned his surroundings vigilantly. Boom! A ball of crimson flames descended directly from above, enveloping him entirely. I swear, damn it, Wang Ting felt pain throughout his body as if he were being seared in a furnace. Me and my jinxed mouth. Why did one have to mention fire? And fire really came. Am I so accurate? What's next? Ice? Ice and fire. Wang Ting was speechless. He bore with the excruciating pain and climbed up the mountain frantically. Balls of flames descended from the sky, relentlessly scorching his spiritual form. Bearing the pain with gritted teeth, his face grew paler, and his spiritual entity gradually thinned. Under this continuous torment, his spiritual energy was severely depleted, and with no replenishment in sight, it was at risk of dissipating. At the mountain's summit, the figure shook its head, a hint of disappointment apparent in its eyes, before turning its gaze back to the void. I can't go on like this. Wang Ting felt a weight on his heart. He sensed that if this continued, his spiritual strength wouldn't withstand the journey to the mountaintop. He needed to find another solution. This torment is directly targeting the spirit, or, in other words, the soul. What is the soul? Wait a minute, the soul can be considered a form of willpower. Willpower. My primordial consciousness. My unyielding lightning battle conscious. Aren't these forms of willpower? When they emanate, they transform into auras, but fundamentally, they are a kind of willpower. In an instant, a flash of insight crossed Wang Ting's mind. He immediately employed the power of his own will, the only recourse he had in this situation. In this predicament where other methods were ineffective, willpower could still be utilized. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Wang Ting's spiritual form. The ancient and vast willpower, the unwavering resolve, the lightning authority, all three forms of conscious simultaneously burst forth. His spiritual entity became like an immortal lightning deity, majestic, ancient, and impervious to violation. His spiritual form once again solidified, resisting the flames that surrounded him. Wang Ting continued to climb, aiming to traverse this fiery region as quickly as possible. At the mountain's summit, the figure's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, and a look of keen interest appeared on its face. On the mountain wall, a figure resembling a monkey ablaze with flames continued to climb, unwavering and indomitable. Chapter Spirit Torture 3. At some point, the flames disappeared, giving way to a biting cold. Wang Ting! Gusts of cold wind blew in, and a freezing chill penetrated deep into his soul, almost freezing him solid. Frost appeared on the surface of Wang Ting's body, making him shiver uncontrollably. So cold! If he hadn't just used the power of his will to solidify his spiritual form, he might have disintegrated on the spot. This mountain was relentless. It seemed to get more ruthless with every challenge, leaving no room for survival. Wang Ting dared not speculate anymore. His mouth was jinxed. Every time he spoke, the next challenge seemed even more daunting. He feared that if he continued, it might not end well. Bearing the piercing cold, he continued climbing step by step. Although he had employed the power of his will, it was still challenging to persist. His spiritual form continued to weaken. As time drifted on, Wang Ting continued his relentless ascent. The biting cold dissipated, replaced by a razor-sharp golden gale. This wind, more menacing than the previous icy gusts, added an extra edge to the challenge. Subsequently, the golden tempest transformed into numerous green vines, entwining around him, attempting to drag him into the abyss. Following this, giant stones tumbled down, torrents of water surged, and venomous winds ran rampant. Every ordeal landed on him with tangible force. As if that weren't enough, the torment persisted in relentless cycles. Each round concluded only to give way to a new set of trials. As long as Wang Ting had not reached the ultimate peak, he remained subjected to this inhuman torture. Under such torture, Wang Ting's spiritual form became thinner and thinner, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. "Can't we stop this madness?" Wang Ting felt the thinness of his spiritual form, nearly as delicate as a piece of paper, and was on the verge of tears. When did apprenticeship become such an arduous ordeal? Was this teacher serious or not? This was literally a matter of life and death. At least with the spiritual hollow mountain, there were some loopholes to exploit, but this mountain doesn't allow for any chances. It doesn't give him any opportunities. In this critical moment, as waves of green poisonous winds swept in from all directions and Wang Ting found himself unable to hold on any longer, an enchanting black lotus mark unconsciously appeared on the center of his forehead. This black lotus mark resisted the final onslaught of the green poison wind, keeping his true spirit intact. Unaware of it himself, Wang Ting only had one thought in his mind as he climbed. He wanted to reach the summit and question the old guy who tricked him into becoming his disciple. "Are you playing me?" After an indeterminate period, when he climbed onto the final resting place, there were no more obstacles before him. As he gazed around, atop the summit, a figure weathered by time sat cross-legged, facing away from him. Wang Ting's vision darkened, and he fell into unconsciousness. His spiritual form had reached its limit. It was the sudden activation of the demon lotus poison body that played a role, unexpectedly manifesting in his spiritual form. That was a surprise. The figure that had been seated in meditation for countless years now moved slightly. Slowly, he stood up and turned around. Before Wang Ting stood a middle-aged man with graying hair, sharp eyebrows, and eyes as profound as the void. He exuded an aura of ancient wisdom and weariness. Despite wearing simple attire, he possessed a unique charm that left an indelible impression. Approaching Wang Ting, the middle-aged man scrutinized him with a strange gleam in his eyes. "Fascinating. Truly fascinating." Chapter 2175 The Origin of the Universe. The Limit of the Cosmos Stage. 1. A towering mountain hovered in the void. At the summit, a figure sat cross-legged on the ground, and a black-haired youth lay suspended in front of him. The unprecedented strength of the soul. Even with my many years of experience, this can be called a first. No wonder his spiritual power is so formidable. And that power of will, ancient and unyielding, intertwined with lightning, these are rarely seen willpowers. I didn't expect them to appear simultaneously in a martial warrior at the cosmos stage. Truly intriguing. Moreover, the degree of these willpowers far exceeds his own realm, at least reaching the universe stage. In addition, there are traces of various talents in him. These talents are different, yet they perfectly blend into his body and even his soul, without any rejection or non-integration. From the essence of his soul, he's just in his 20s, yet he has achieved such accomplishments, surpassing the most powerful races in the universe. It seems that this young man has many secrets. The middle-aged man with white hair cast a profound gaze over the black-haired youth before him, and his eyes flashed with strange light. This youth had indeed provided him with quite a few surprises. Before Wang Ting used the power of will, he thought Wang Ting was not the person he was looking for. However, now it seemed he had almost misjudged him. The black-haired youth before him was more than qualified to become his disciple. Moreover, he was like a piece of extraordinary jade. With careful carving, he could undoubtedly surpass the geniuses of the most powerful races. After an unknown period, Wang Ting slowly regained consciousness. The pain in his body had disappeared, and his spiritual form had once again become solid. He looked at his condition with some astonishment. He had nearly dissipated before, but now he had inexplicably returned to normal. It was truly miraculous. Wait, no, this wasn't his spiritual form. It was his physical body. His spiritual form has returned to his physical body. No wonder everything felt strange. With his physical body back, Wang Ting finally felt a sense of security. Otherwise, he felt like he was walking around without clothes. Wait a minute, he seemed to have seen someone here when he climbed up. Wang Ting was suddenly startled and quickly looked around, only to find himself suspended in midair. The figure that was sitting cross-legged before was now sitting beside him. He was instantly shocked, and his whole body fell from midair to the ground. The person sat silently beside him, like a ghost. If it were an ordinary martial warrior, with his spiritual power, he would have sensed it a long time ago. But this person showed no fluctuations, and he didn't notice anything. "Aren't you supposed to be very bold? Why are you scared now?" the middle-aged man with white hair said. Hee. Wang Ting forced a laugh and said, "I'm not scared, just unprepared. How do I address you?" "I have no name," the middle-aged man with white hair said calmly. His tone revealed a sense of ancientness. "No name?" Wang Ting's eyes flickered, thinking to himself, how can a person not have a name? Despite his thoughts, he bowed respectfully and said, "Then I will address you directly as Elder?" "No need for too much courtesy." The middle-aged man with white hair looked at Wang Ting, nodded and said, "As I mentioned before, as long as you climb up here, I will accept you as my disciple. Now I will fulfill my promise." A glint flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. He was going to take him in as his disciple. Direct. Decisive. Wang Ting couldn't help but wonder about the true cultivation level of this elder. If he was indeed a being above the God stage, he wouldn't need to be afraid of anyone in the universe anymore. "What's your name?" the white-haired middle-aged man asked. "Wang Ting." Wang Ting replied. The white-haired middle-aged man nodded. He said slowly, "In my entire life, I have taken in only 2 disciples. Now you are the 3rd. However, my true body is not present here. This is just a remnant left behind by me. So, for now, I can only acknowledge you as my disciple in name. Once you come before me in the future, I will formally hold a disciple initiation ceremony and officially accept you as my disciple." Wang Ting's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. It turned out he was just a disciple in name. However, the elder mentioned that his true body was not present, so Wang Ting dared not ask for more. "However, the next time we meet, if your progress fails to satisfy me, I reserve the right to revoke your status at any time," the intermediate-aged individual with white hair added. Wang Ting was speechless. Just a moment ago, the elder seemed straightforward, but now there was a sudden change. Nevertheless, he wasn't worried about failing to impress the elder. After all, he had some special advantages. If he couldn't gain recognition under these circumstances, he might as well find a hole to hide in and never come out again. He wanted to find a master because he wanted a powerful backing, thus providing enough time for his personal growth. Wang Ting had the support of the system, so he didn't need to rely too much on a master for cultivation. Hence, having a disciple in name was not bad. "You don't need to worry. With your age and cultivation level, I am already quite satisfied. With your talent, as long as you continue to grow smoothly, you can surpass the majority of geniuses," the intermediate-aged man with ivory tresses said. "Moreover, now that you are my disciple in name, I will naturally provide you with some opportunities." Opportunities? Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Tangible benefits were always welcomed. Excitedly, he exclaimed, Master! Seeing Wang Ting's eager expression, the intermediate-aged individual couldn't help but find it amusing. Shaking his head, he said, "Don't be in such a hurry. Before I provide you with opportunities, I need to know which path you intend to take." Chapter 2176. The Origin of the Universe. The Limit of the Cosmos Stage. 2. Which path? Wang Ting was stunned. This question was a little familiar. His expression turned strange. "I see that your spirit is powerful. Do you want to major in spirit?" The white-haired middle-aged man asked. "I don't major in spirit." Wang Ting shook his head. "Your force cultivation is not bad too." "That means that you major in force," the white-haired middle-aged man said. "Which forces do you plan to use?" "Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, poison, ice, light." Wang Ting counted with his fingers and replied honestly. "Well, he shouldn't say anything about dark force." The white-haired middle-aged man. "Master." Wang Ting felt a little guilty. "Do you have all these forces?" The white-haired middle-aged man looked at Wang Ting and asked. "Yes." Wang Ting nodded. The middle-aged man with white hair had a profound gaze, seemingly lost in thought. He said, "Little one, you have surprised me." "You're too kind," Wang Ting replied. "I'm not praising you," the white-haired man said. "Do you know what the consequences are of cultivating so many types of forces simultaneously?" "I know," Wang Ting nodded. "Do you still want to continue?" the man asked indifferently. "Yes," Wang Ting said firmly. "Good." The white-haired man looked at him deeply and remarked, "You have extraordinary spirit. Even your senior brother and sister are not as impressive as you." "Master, is this a compliment?" Wang Ting asked carefully. "Yes," the white-haired middle-aged man replied. "In that case, thank you," Wang Ting said with a cheerful smile. "So, you're planning to focus on cultivating forces," the white-haired man shook his head and commented. "To be honest, Master, my development in various aspects is relatively balanced. Whether it's spiritual strength, forces, physical strength, and so on, there are no weaknesses. So, in a sense, 1am focusing on all of them," Wang Ting explained with a shy smile. This statement might sound a bit boastful, but it was the truth. The white-haired man didn't expect Wang Ting to say such things, and even he, for a moment, was left speechless. In the past, he was the one who excelled in showing off, but today, he found himself being outdone by this newly accepted disciple. It was truly a first in his life. For some reason, the white-haired middle-aged man felt relieved. His first two disciples were not as adept as him in the art of showing off. "Master, can't I?" Wang Ting noticed the white-haired middle-aged man's silence and thought that he had angered him. He called him carefully. "In my experience, your situation is unprecedented." The middle-aged man with white hair spoke after a moment of silence. He looked calmly at Wang Ting and said, "Though in my philosophy, all paths lead to the summit, and one can reach the pinnacle regardless of the chosen route, I must admit, your choice is the most challenging. Let me ask you once more, are you certain you want to proceed?" "Yes." Wang Ting nodded without any hesitation. He had long contemplated this question. Without the presence of the system, he would not have made this choice. But since the opportunity was laid before him, he couldn't afford to miss it. "Good." The middle-aged man with white hair, whether relieved or harboring complex emotions, glanced at him and nodded. "Since you've chosen this path, one will support you." With a casual wave of his hand, a transparent sphere the size of a head appeared in front of Wang Ting, emitting a faint and ethereal glow as it hovered in midair. "This object is the origin of a universe. I happened to pass by a universe on the brink of destruction in my earlier years and condensed it into existence. Now, one bestow it upon you." The origin of a universe! Wang Ting's eyes widened in astonishment. He had heard about this treasure from Round Ball. It was said to be an extremely rare item that could only be obtained from within a secret realm, and few were fortunate enough to possess it. The last time he entered the chaotic uncharted, he didn't get the origin of the universe even though his gains were not bad. Reflecting on it later, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Yet, his master was able to take out the origin of the universe so easily. This was unbelievable. If Round Ball were present, its eyes would likely widen in disbelief. What it had mentioned about others obtaining the origin of a universe in the past seemed trivial compared to the colossal sphere before him. The middle-aged man's earlier words hinted that this particular origin of a universe was extracted from a universe on the brink of demise, making it a complete and intact cosmic source. It was unlike the mere fractions acquired by previous martial warriors. At this moment, Wang Ting could distinctly sense the peculiar power emanating from the origin of a universe. It seemed to encapsulate the most fundamental forces of the universe. With just a slight exposure to the radiance emanating from the transparent sphere, he felt as if his entire being was undergoing a sublime transformation. "Do you know what the cosmos stage is?" The middle-aged man glanced at Wang Ting, not affording him a chance to respond before continuing. To reach the cosmos stage is to birth a small universe within a warrior's body. Upon absorbing this origin of a universe, the inner cosmos will tend towards perfection, leading to a metamorphosis and elevation of the soul and physique. Martial warriors at the cosmos stage should be able to reach the limit of the cosmos stage after absorbing the origin of a universe of this magnitude. The limit of the cosmos stage? Wang Ting repeated in surprise. Every realm has its limits, but those who truly reach them are exceedingly rare. Generally, the deeper the foundation within each stage, the stronger one's abilities become. Upon advancing to the next stage, the strength also surpasses those of the same stage. To go far, one must have a profound foundation. Reaching the limits is the best outcome, the middle-aged man patiently explained. "What happens after reaching the limits?" Wang Ting inquired curiously. "Nothing special. It merely means invincibility within the same stage," the middle-aged man replied nonchalantly. "Invincibility within the same realm." Wang Ting raised an eyebrow, fell silent for a moment, and internally quipped, "Quite the nothing special." He had always believed that defeating all geniuses at the same stage would make him invincible within that stage. However, it now seemed that true invincibility required pushing the boundaries of the stage to its limits. And achieving these limits appeared to be an immensely challenging feat without sufficient opportunities. It was simply impossible. Regarding the origin of a universe before him, Wang Ting dared to assert that even a true God-stage powerhouse might struggle to produce such a treasure. "Let's merge. I'll protect you," the white-haired middle-aged man said. "All right," Wang Ting nodded without hesitation. He seated himself in a meditative posture, his gaze fixed upon the transparent sphere. With a casual gesture from the middle-aged man, the transparent sphere floated toward Wang Ting, gradually merging into his body from above. Boom! In an instant, Wang Ting felt a shock throughout his body. A peculiar force erupted within his inner cosmos, transforming into wisps of transparent energy that swept through his entire internal universe, reaching every corner. The transformation was starting. Outside, the middle-aged man with white hair watched Wang Ting with a gaze that carried a hint of complexity. This individual was the most unique genius he had encountered, and also the most gifted. "Could you be the person I am seeking?" the middle-aged man mumbled to himself. The voice was so soft that no one would have heard it. As time passed, Wang Ting completely absorbed the origin of a universe. Slowly opening his eyes, he sensed that his entire being had transformed. Unable to resist, he glanced at his attribute panel. Origin of life, 11800. Origin of soul, 118000. Spirit, 20,000/236,000. Cosmos realm, My origin of life and origin of soul have both increased. There's also my spirit attribute. It's already at the perfected stage, but there's a new limit now. 236,000 point. It's going to increase again. Is this the limit? Wang Ting was surprised. He clenched his fist and instantly felt a subtle metamorphosis in his physical form, as if his body had undergone a profound transformation, making his strength incredibly formidable. Boom! A punch erupted, creating a resounding explosion in the air. The space twisted, collapsed, and then shattered, revealing a pitch-black void of nothingness. The might of a single punch was terrifying. So powerful! Wang Ting marveled. His physical strength was already formidable, capable of rivaling a heaven-stage martial warrior. Now, it seemed to have become even more potent, a development that was nothing short of incredible. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.